to the third day. I see we're still missing the delegates from Myanmar and Vietnam. If we can wait for a few minutes, please. Thank you. I think we can start. Good morning to all the participants. Welcome back to the third day or the last day of the training. I hope you are in a good mood to start the session. As mentioned in yesterday's session, we're going to have a session in Figma and all other tools that will, as always, led by Mr. Dharma. So without further ado, I will let Mr. Dharma lead the session. Mas Dharma, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mbak Tari. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. So this is our last day of training, and hopefully we have a good day. Okay, let's start the training. Let me start the share screen first. Okay, to begin, let me get a quick material for the social media analytics, and then after that we will get into the Hootsuite first, and then after that maybe we can go to the Figma and also Canva, and maybe some additional tools that can help you to create some posts to boost up your appearance, brand awareness, and so on. Okay, let's begin. So in these topics, it will cover everything that you need to know about the analytics. I will not go into depth for each of the platform. I will just use Instagram and Facebook because they are the most comprehensive analytics tools. And then after you already know about the tools that all the terminology in this platform, actually the analytics tools and the analytics from each platform nowadays, it's already become self-explanatory. They also use, they already add the some description if they are using some new terminology or new words with that one, but I don't think there will be a hard word for that one because everything is the word itself actually it is a very self-explanatory. Okay, let's begin. So the first one is the social media analytics terminology. So there is some terminology that we should know before we begin our to see the analytics tools. The first one is engagement, impression, and reach. So sometimes people will get confused about these three because yeah, this is not like a normal word that you usually do, we usually say in our daily life. And as you can see, the engagement in here, that refers to any action taken by social media user on your page. This can be in form of like, reaction, shares, and comments. So to put it more simply, this is like an activity, something that the activity that the user do with your page, post, or anything else that matters that connect to your channel. So like when they give some reaction for like react, and then maybe a reaction and reshare your post or comment on it, it will get into the engagement. The impression are the number of times your posts have been seen by the user on social media. For example, if 5 people have seen your post on Facebook, that means you have 5 impressions for that post. So impression is the number of times, and reach is the total number of people who see your content. So sometimes it will get confused about the reach and impression, and sometimes when you see it in your social media analytics, the reach is usually lower than the impression. That's because reach is just a total number of people. So for example, that you already have like 50 users that follow your channel in Instagram or in Facebook page. And when you post something, you post some article or some content, one content in a day, and that 50 people will see your content. And from your analytics, the reach will become 50 because everyone on your fans, the people who follow your page or channel is seeing that post. So 50 people is on the reach number. And in impression, because they are watching it one time, one time, so the impression also get 50. But maybe in the afternoon, people will open up their mobile phone again, and then they will see your same post, for example, like that, and maybe like 20 people seeing your post at the second time in that day. The number of reach is still 50 because it is the same person. The impression turns out to be 70 because they already got it in the morning, 50, and 20 they see it on the second time in that day, so they will get 20. So usually the number of impression will be more than the reach number. And in the engagement, for example, when people seeing your post in that day, your 50 followers, maybe just 10 of them is getting reshare your post, and 5 of them is commenting on your post. So the number of engagement is 15, and the impression will also add that engagement. So the impression is like every time people seeing your or doing something in that one, it's also calculated into the impression. Okay, that's it for the engagement, impression, and reach. That is like the most common terminology that used by the social media platform nowadays. So every social media platform is using this one. And then the next one that will be the next terminology is organic and paid. So organic is any social media activity without any paid promotion. Oh, sorry, without a paid promotion. It is a generic activity from the user itself. Paid refers to anything on social media that influenced by ads. So sometimes when you are seeing your analytical, there will be two categories for some the one with organic and the one with paid, or maybe something like organic and the one it's ads. So when you are using like the business account or the pages in your social media platform, you will notice that every time that you post something, there will be a button like a boosted post or create an ads for this post. So to reach more people, whether it is your audience or your potential audience, you can add, you can boost that one using the ads that the social media platform is offering to you. So for example, in the Facebook, you will get like the boosted post, and you can boost that post to any demography. For example, that you want to reach the people with certain age and certain location, and they can put it, and they will give you some recommendation also based on your analytics. And that it's whenever that post get into the audience and they get click or reach or impressed by that one, it will under the paid categories. But the organic one is something that you don't create any boosted posts or some using the ads, but people who genuinely just opened up their Facebook, for example, and then see your post in their feed because they follow you and they click and they comment, it goes into organic. So there is no harm to do the paid also if you have the budget, because sometimes when you want to increase your brand awareness, if you want to increase your total total reach, impression, and engagement, you want to do the paid one. After you already establish some community on it, maybe you can go into the organic one. But many of the brand also have this budget for every year when they want to how much money they want to spend in the paid promotion. So it is still a best practice to do if you have a budget to allocate some of that budget into that paid promotion, because you don't know that every time you will gain the potential audience, it will be a great for your social media. Okay, so we will go into depth with the Facebook analytic tools. The Facebook analytic tools is called the Facebook Insight. So in the Facebook Insight, you will see something like this one, the overview, that is how your page is doing. Likes, where your page likes come from. reach, what's your reach and what factors affect it. Page views, who view which section of your page, and action on page, because you can add an action into your pages. So what people did in your page based on this action can be monitored in here. Posts, how well your posts are performing. For each post, you can see the analytics for each post also. Events, if you create events in your pages, it will be under this one. Videos, also if you add some videos into your pages content, it will go under this way. People who like, so, engage with your page will be under this one. Messages, this is the your private messaging, that is called the Facebook Messenger in Facebook, will be under this one, all the analytics. And sometimes when there is others like promotions, branded content, and local, but right now everything in here will be put out before there is in this other category. But right now, promotion, branded content, and local, it's now in the same menu. Okay, so the first one is the overview. You will get something like this one, the page summary. So this page gives you the overview of data of all the menu. You can see all the numbers and export the data as well. So to use this one, it is very self-explanatory, because you can see this one. This is to rearrange the date of it. If you want to see it on the last 28 days, or you want to see it on in a certain range number of date, you can use it like this one, and you can export the data. Export the data using the PDF, JPEG, and PNG. You can use this one as well. But I think the Excel is already supported as well. So you can click on this one to export the data in Excel. And you will see this one. This is the overview. So the action on page, page view, page likes, reach, in that certain depth of range. That is the last, in this one is the last 28 days that you can change this range. And you can see the increase and the decrease number as well in this one. And if you want to get a better look and get a better detailed data, you can just click on it, and it will open up the pages that belong in this one. Okay, the next one is overview your 5 most recent posts. This is still on the overview page. And in this one, you will get your 5 most recent posts. So in here, as you can see, there will be a rich number that is organic, and paid, it will be on the same category in the same chart. So it will be on the it will be combined, the number. And you can see this one, the engagement. This is post click, and this is the reaction. So the reaction is something like a like, and then comment and share. It will be divided into this one for the engagement. So every activity is divided into the post click and reaction and comment and share. And this is the one that I mentioned before, boost post. So you can click on the boost post, and it will open up the new window, and you can set up to boost this post. And everything that goes into this one, every engagement, reach, it will be on the paid one. Okay. And then the next one is the overview, pages to watch. So this is still on the overview page on the bottom. So it gives you a quick comparison of your page with a few other pages you want to watch. This section is great for seeing how your Facebook page is performing among your peers and competitors. So this competitor or peers is taken from the one that you already set up your profile, your Facebook page before, something like what's category of your pages, something like that. if they see some resemblance and they see that or the same with the same audience, all the algorithm come in and they will see that, oh, this is similar with these pages, and this is similar with these pages. So they will give you some insight of the comparison between your pages and the your peer and competitor pages. So this is a good practice is to see also how our peers and competitors do, because when you see something like that and you can learn from them and they do a lot better than you, you can learn from them on how you can manage something like that. Okay, so this one is on the likes tab. This is for the total page like as of today. This graph show you the overall trend of your page like. If the graph is showing the plateau or downward trend, it's great to dig into and understand the cause. So in this one, you will see like the total page like in today. So you will see like this total page as of today, it's the total one is like this one. So if you have like a downward or plateau, it means that is something that you have to work on because it's decreasing. Okay, the like still on the likes of tab, it's on the net likes. This graph inform you the daily growth of your page likes and break down the proportion organic or paid likes and unlikes your page receive. While it's great to have positive net likes, it's helpful to monitor the unlikes trend too. So yeah, you also don't neglect the unlikes because it will be a good feedback for your pages. If there is some unlikes, that means there is something that you can work on. This is on the reach tab for a post reach. This graph show you the number of people of your post have reached organically or through promotion. It can be a quick way to assess your organic reach over time and if your ads are working. So as you can see, sometimes when we're doing some paid one, it will have a higher value than the organic one. But the aim is to reduce this gap. So every paid is become organic. Later on, maybe if you already said you don't need to have like a paid promotion again, you can decide it from this one. If you already close the gap between these two indicator. Reach, still on the reach, reaction, comment, and share. So this is like the engagement, the post receive engagement. Facebook will serve it to more people as the engagement on the post implies that people are interested in the post. More engagement, higher reach. So this one, as you can see like the reaction, the comment, and the share. You can see all the line chart in this one. So you can compare between them. The page views. This is on the page views tab for the total view. So total view is the number of time people view your page. So if the same person visited your page twice, it will be considered as 2 views. And in the page views, there is also a top sources. So this graph shows the top 5 traffic sources that have directed people to your page. Knowing this also allows you to increase your effort of those sources if you want to increase your page views. So sometimes when we are creating the social media, we will get into the other website as well. We can complement each other website. So for example, if you see your peers your peer website is doing some article, maybe you can also complement on them, and then you can also put your backlink into the or maybe someone that, yeah, when doing some article in your website, sometimes some of the other website will use your articles as well. And the correct way is giving you some attribution or something that can be done from that one. And one of the reason there is this analytical tool is to track that one. So you can see the pages that you already get is from this one, like from the buffer.com, the bufferapp.com, or something like that, or this one is from the google.com or from the linkedin.com. So you can complement each other channel as well. And you can see that you can track every number on it in here. And this is action for on page, the total action on page. So you can like get direction, you can have like the action page for the phone number, for the website, and the action button. So everything in this one, so you can see the number. And this is the post when your fans are online. So it is a good thing to check on this one regularly. As we already discussed in the previous days, that there is some best time and best day and best time to post on your social media platform, but that is like a general idea. If you want to see how real your audience behavior, you can see in this one. For the videos, it's just showing you the video views. So this is the video views compared for organic and the paid one. But the one that I want to show you, this one, is this one, the second 10-second views. So this is like a total view for every video that you put in your pages. But this one is, I think it is more important, because we are not just putting our video in there, but is our video interesting or not? Is our video relevant into the needs and the needs or the information that the people needed or not? You can see it from this one, because in this one it tracks the viewer that view your video 10 seconds or more. So why 10 seconds? So this is like the studies that from the Facebook team, that they see that because people will scroll down in their feed, and sometimes the feed will contain a video from your Facebook pages, and it will automatically play based on that people mobile app settings for the autoplay. But if they see it more than 10 seconds, it means they are interested into your video, or your video works well with them. But if they just see it under 10 seconds, so they are just using just scrolling and then accidentally get into your video post, and no, they are not interested, they will scroll it down again under 10 seconds. So this 10 seconds is important, so it will measure your video is interesting or not. Okay, and then in the people step, you will see your friends. So this is the one that follow your pages. It will be divided into a gender, woman and men, and you can see like this one in the cities. And for this one is for the people reach and people engage. The people who likes, comment on or share your post, engage with your page is in the page 28 days. So this is difference. This is the one that follow you. That is the one that already follow your pages. But this one, sometimes it will be combined with that number. As you can see, the number, the one with the gray color, it means that is your friends. And the color without the gray background, that is your the other people, the potential audience, the potential fans for your pages. They are not, they still not follow you or like your pages, but they engage into your page, maybe commenting or reshare or something like that. It will be under this one. And that is for the Facebook. And let's take a look into the Instagram Insight right now. So in Instagram, you will see something like this one. It will be not that comprehensive like Facebook, but everything you need is in here. So the Insight overview is the homepage of the Instagram Insight. Here you will see how you are fared overall. So you can see the account reach, you can see like the account engage, the total followers that on this range, that range, and you can change it from this one, and it will be changed also in here. Or if you need something to, if you need some help to read this one, you can click on this help button. But I think everything is in here is already self-explanatory. And the content you share in here is the content you the two posts, the recent post that you already post within this depth range, and you can create a story in here. And then when you click on account reach in this one, it will open up the account reach in here. So in the account reach, you will see more specific information about the user who have seen your content and interacted with you, with your profile in some way or form. So you will see this one, the rich audience. The rich audience section show you how many unique users have come across your content. Your rich audience will be broken down by follower status, gender, age, countries, and cities. You can also see the amount of people you have reached via ads and promotion. So this one can also be a good insight. So with this one, you can see like the rich audience is your 2 followers, and this one is the non-followers. It means the people haven't follow you, but they already get to see your post. And with this number, actually, it means your post is interesting, but not interesting enough to be followed by. Maybe they are not convinced enough, because when they click follow, every time you post, it will be on their timeline or in their feeds. So it will take some time, or maybe you can put an effort, maybe because they are like to see some of your work, but not all of your work. So that is like a good insight to reflect the post that you already create. The content rich sections allows you to see which type of post you have reached the greater amount of people. You will see a graph with the number of people who's seen your post, story, reels, IGTV videos, and live videos. So underneath, you will see your individual top performing posts based on this reach. So again, this is if you want to change that range, you will see in this one. And you can see this top post, top story, top reels based on that range. So you can see everything in here. The account engage. So the account engage refers to the number of users who interacted with your content. This is the same thing with the Facebook. If they likes it, if they repost it, or they save your Instagram post, it will be under this one. And the engaged audience, this is the same thing with the reach. This is the one that have an activity into your post. And then the content interaction. The content interaction section shows you the total number of time people have liked, commented, saved. So this will be detailed with your post, so you can see the interaction in each post, in stories, and everything. Okay, that is the one with Instagram and Facebook inside. So actually with the LinkedIn, YouTube, and Twitter, it is the same thing. So it will be repetitive if I go into each one of them. And you can see the insight actually very easily when you already create like the business account and the pages. It will be visible in your pages as long as you already log in into that pages or business account. You will see that insight tools easily. But before we go into the Hootsuite, I want to give you some sorry, I have to share my screen again. I want to show you about the Meta business profile. So the beta business profile can be accessed from your either your Facebook page or Instagram business. So you will get this one. Sorry, I shall go into this one. So if you're already connecting your Facebook page into Instagram account, you can get into this Meta Business Suite. So you can go into, this one is to go to the insight, and then you can go to the Meta Business Suite in this one. So the Meta Business Suite is the tools that the Meta company give to you for managing every platform that goes under Meta. So if you use like a Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, and Snapchat, it will be under this one. So this Meta Business apps, it's actually a similar one with Hootsuite, where you want to see everything. Under Meta, you can see it in here. So in this one, you can have like your home. So in here, as you can see, I already connect the Facebook and the Instagram business. So it's already connected, and it will goes under this one, under this one name. So everything in here is already, you can got everything in this one. So it's not just for an insight, but you can see like a unified platform, a unified dashboard. So everything from your Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram will be appear in here, like this notification or like this inbox. So inbox is something like your private message, your direct message, your comment will be under this one as well. Your posts and stories will be under this one. So as you can see, it's populated with Facebook and Instagram. And the one that I want to highlight is this one, the planner. So you can create a plan in this one. So this is actually this is the first at first, this one is like the main feature of Hootsuite, because the Hootsuite is the one that comes out with a planner and a schedule post with the unified platform. So you can get on social media automation is more easily. You don't have to wake up in the morning and then post everything in that current time, but you can schedule it before. So you can schedule into maybe 1 year ahead. If you already have the content prepared, you can plan it in here. Or if you are a project manager, you can just just create like a plan in this one. So everything is already have the plan, that maybe the content itself is being prepared. And this in here, you can like checking if the content is already ready or not for the next day or the next plan. And you can create a schedule in this one. And for the post, I forget about this one. You can create a post. And if you already connecting everything in here, you can create a post. And the one thing that very interesting in here, you can post into a multiple account. So for example, I already connected this one and this one. So I can check both of them. I can put like, this is like the initial text. For example, that check this out. And then you can add the photos in here and add a video or create a video, and you can enter the location, and you can go into for on each of that platform. So for example, in Facebook, you want to customize the text. For example, you want to add like Facebook. So in the Facebook, wait for it to be loaded, it will have something like this one. But in Instagram, it's only have this one, the one that goes into this text. So for example, like, oh, I think it's been an error. Yeah, I think there is still so much feedback from the Meta business apps, because it just launched, I think, about the end of the last year. So I think there is still a lot of bug. So it usually get previewed in here, but as you can see in here, like you can customize on each platform, and you can also publish it, but I cannot click on this one, so I just put this one. And you can make a schedule as well, so you can schedule the post, or you can save as a draft if you want. So you can the basic idea of this one is you can create an automation between these two platforms. You can post it on the same time, or you can post it on the scheduled time, and it will save up some your time if you're doing it like this one. Discard the changes, and you can do it also in the planner. So you can just schedule the post or schedule a story, and it will be under this one. So everything in here, it will open up the same creating a post like this. And for the ads, you can also create your ads in here, or you can go to the insights. The insight is the unified dashboard as well for every account connected in here. But the insight in this one is not as comprehensive as the insight of each platform, but I think it's already sufficient enough. So for example, in the overview, you can see the result, like the Facebook page reach, the Instagram reach. You can see the content. There is no content in here because I have to change the date. Excuse me for this one, because I haven't touched my own social media in a while. I think the last post is in January 1. Yeah, so something like that. The content is every content that you already post in here, the audience and the Instagram follower. This is for the Facebook, this is for the Instagram. It will be under this one. And you can see like the result report and see content report. It will be the same if you click on this one. So for the result, you can see like the Facebook page reach, the Instagram reach, Instagram profile visit, Instagram followers, Facebook page like. You can see everything in here. You can export it as a PNG, a CSV, so you can open up in the Excel, or as a PDF as well if you want to create like a report, so you don't have to recreate everything again. You can just click export as PDF. In content, you can see like every content, and you can click on it and it will see like the reach, likes, comment, and share. This is like the engagement, this is the reach. And you can see every likes, comment, and share in there. And in the audience, you will see your own audience. So this is like the followers in Instagram. So you can see like the woman, man, and you can see it from the top cities and top countries. And as well as you can create like the potential audience. So this is your current audience, the one that you already look into. And this is the potential audience. So the potential audience is being tracked by if they see something in your post, get some impression on it, and they already being rich, and it's already impressed, but they are not engaging anything. So it's called like the potential, and they haven't follow or likes your pages. So this is like the breakdown of your potential audience. And you can also create an ad, and this is the estimation. If you want to see, the estimated audience size, if you want to create an ad, and when you create an ad, there will be an estimation price also for this one. So you can click on it. And on the bottom, there is a top pages. So this potential audience is also seeing this one. So it is, if you want to reach this potential audience, maybe you want to see this page, or it will be under the Facebook page, or maybe some channel in the Instagram. So you can see it in here and see what they are doing to gain that audience. So this is like a good insight as well. Okay, I think that's it for the Meta Business Suite. More of them is coming this year. I think there is a lot of talking about it. As you can see, the insight is not very comprehensive, and this is the one that get a negative comment with the current user. So maybe sometimes in the future, they will add something in here. As you can see in here, there is a lot of tabs. Maybe they will put a lot of menu in this one. So that is how, if you want to see all the analytical tools in the native platform. But if you interested in using like the other platform, for example, like Hootsuite, I will open up my account, but I'm sorry, I cannot show my client's Hootsuite. So I just use my my personal one that I just created 1 week ago. So but in here, I'm using the basic plan, and you can upgrade the plan. I will tell you about the differentiation between the plan. So when you are creating a Hootsuite, you can connect into a multiple platform, not only Facebook and Instagram, but you can also connect into the Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, LinkedIn, Twitter, and some other platform, something like TikTok. You can put also in this one, but in here I just put my Instagram and my Facebook into this one. So the first one that you can go is create a post in this one. You can create a post, you can create a pin for a Pinterest, or you can create an Instagram story. I will show you on how you can create a post. So as you can see in here, it is similar with the Facebook, the Meta Business Suite. It using the same layout, more or less. So when you are clicking, select a social account. So for example, like a Foxidia for Instagram, and then for a Facebook. So you will post on both of them, and you can have like an initial content. This is the same thing that I just show you in the Meta. Like, check this out. So this is the initial content, and you can put some emoji also in here. And then you can try to customize on each platform. For example, like this one. Check this out. This one in Instagram, and this one for Facebook. So you can see the preview. This is in Facebook, and this is in Instagram. And you can also put the media in here. I will put some of my image. Okay, let's put this image. So you can simply drag and drop it. So when you are going with that one, it will show your the image in the Instagram. So you can see it, the preview in here. In the Facebook, you can see the preview also in this one. Or if you want to put like a lot of image, you can put also like this one. Let me put in here. So there is three images. As you can see in here, this is the so as you can see, there is this one cropping of images might slightly different. So again, usually the best or the safest dimension is square. So in Facebook, it will be on the square also. But sometimes this is only occurred when you maybe have like four. The one on top will be cropped when you are seeing the it will be get cropped. So if you use square, will get cropped. But if you upload more photos, it will be on the square. So I don't know because if that a bug for Facebook or not. Okay, and then you can see also in the Instagram, and you will see this one as a carousel if you put a lot of image, and then you can schedule for later, or maybe you can post it now, or you can save the draft, and you can post and duplicate it for the next one, something like that. So this is the same thing that we see on the Meta Business Suite. So everything in here is the same. I think Meta got the idea from this one. And if you have a lot of account connected, for example, like a Twitter, LinkedIn, you can put everything in here, and you can customize each of them. As you can see in this one, the limitation of the caption is 2,000 200 for Instagram and 2000 for Facebook. So they already have this everything under control in here. So it will be safe if you put like the Twitter, it will be under 280 characters. So you can manage everything in this one. And if your this text is long enough, if they have to come with the Seymour, I think it should be, if it's not long. Oh, I think they are not showing you this one. So again, back into the one that I already mentioned. The excerpt is under 100. I don't exactly remember the number. The excerpt is under 132 until 150 in the Facebook. So just make sure that it's not goes under the 100, not goes over 150 or 100. So yeah, maybe something like this, or below that number is a good one. Okay, just close it. Oh, one more example. If you open the media library, actually you can see for a free image. And when the first time that you open this one, it will open up like the permission to connect into the Pixabay. So Pixabay is one of the free image source, the same one like Unsplash. But with Unsplash, you will have like an attribution. But in this one, it's no attribution required. So yeah, this one is if you plan to get every image for free, either you use Unsplash or Pixabay, it's both of them is fine, I think, and both of them have a image, the same image source. I don't see any much different, but maybe sometimes when you cannot find it in Unsplash, you can find it in Pixabay, something like that. So, and yeah, you have this orientation, you can see this size, you can see the color. Maybe if you want to have the color like a blue color, they will see, the AI will see that if that image have that much color, it will be filtering. But as you can see, it's not very perfect. There is a lot of violet also in this one, or this one is a lot of black, but it's still filtered. But that is the downside if you are using the free one, because there is a price for everything actually. So yeah, that is for the creating a post. So you can close that one. I will discard the post, and you will have like the streams. So the streams is like every account connected into your Hootsuite will be appear in here, and you can see your own account into this one. So you can see everything in here, and you can make a scheduling for each of this account. And yeah, you can add a stream. A stream is the one that appear in here. So in this one, the stream is the post and the schedule. But if you want to, for example, you want to add a stream like a message, and it will be under this one. And this message is the message under this post, or sorry, this account. It's the same with this one. So there is a mention, but you can delete the stream. You can add anything in this one. So this is like a good overview for every account that you already connect into this Hootsuite. And then there is a publisher. This is the same thing with Meta that before the planner. So you can create, for example, like this one, you can create I will use like the week in here. Everything in here, you can add the every scheduled post will be in this one. And let me see. Yesterday I got the tag in this one. This is the best time to post, and you can post it in there, but I don't get it today because it's already over. But it's okay, but because you can also get the best time when you go into the analytics in here. So inbox. Inbox is all the comments, all the private message, and the things that you put into your account, into your social media platform will be displayed in this one. And you can also advertise to boost up your Facebook posts or your LinkedIn boost. You can put it in this one. And we go into the analytics right now. So in the analytics, let's see for all the reports in this one. So in analytics, you can see all reports, and the good things about this one that you can create a new report. So if you want to customize some reports, the way that, as you can see when we see the Meta Business Suite, we cannot customize as like this one. But if you want to create like a professional report for your social media platform, you can create like this one. You can create add new report, and you can create based on what. For example, like you want to put like the brand awareness, just create a report, and it will goes under the all report, and it will give you something that very interesting. Visually, it's already looking good. So you can get something like the page impression, profile impression, because I don't connect into the LinkedIn, so it's not showing anything in here. Everything is under this one. So, and in here, you can just export it into the PDF, or you want to export it into the Microsoft PowerPoint to present this one, maybe. And you can add the other metric, and this metric is like a check-in. So there is description in here. So check-in is the total number of time people check in at your Facebook place, the fans, and the fans online hour. You can also add that one. When you add that, it will be under on the bottom like this. Like this is the fans online hour. So you can see the one that have the more dim color, it means there is no online fans in there. But like this one, this is the fans more active. Okay, that is for the overview or the all reports. But if you go to the page one, the post performance, as you can see, because I just connect this one last week, they only can track the things that they just get it. So the one that the previous one, or the one that already passed, the post that already get passed when we connect our social media platform into Hootsuite will not be detected. So for example, like I already have this post in 1 January, but they cannot find it because this is the same thing with like the Google Analytics and everything that is like the third-party plugin or like the third-party software. They cannot track the posts that already on in the past, because the tracking that they do is when they already get the permission to connect, they will record everything after that one. But before that, it cannot be done. This is like the downside if you are using the third-party software. But if you are doing the native one, either you already connected or something like this one, the Facebook, the Meta Business Suite, the one that just got recently out there, it's already recording everything because it used the same database as Facebook and Instagram. But with this one, if you want to start the Hootsuite, the sooner is better because everything is recorded after you already connect them. But why we can see like this one, like the brand awareness, because this one, the brand awareness for like the impression and everything, it is on the open open API from Facebook, LinkedIn, and other social media platform. It is an open API, so Hootsuite can get them, but each of the posts, the analytic of each post is a closed one, and you have to give some permission for some apps that is Hootsuite to track them. So if they cannot get that permission before that time, you cannot see it. But in the post performance, actually, you will see the performance of each of your posts. Yeah, the impression, the reach, the same thing that goes into the Facebook Insight. So paid and organic, you can see it in here. And this is the most interesting things. Actually, you can get this one as well in the Facebook Insight, but not that comprehensive in here. So again, because I just connect this one in last week, so we cannot see any data in this one. So, but as you can see, when the best time to publish is Hootsuite already separate this one is with 3 tabs. The first one is the build awareness. The build awareness is the best time to publish when they see when you want to get your brand have more reach, have more impression. So people will see your content easily. And yeah, because this one I haven't published in 30 days, so they cannot track this one. So again, you have to be actively posting something so Hootsuite can track this down. But this is like a general things, but when you already the Hootsuite already have the data, they can calculate this one better. And this is to build an awareness. And if you want to increase engagement, like interactivity, like clicking, reshare, commenting, this is the time. As you can see, the time is different because the calculation is different as well. So you can see the calculate your suggestion. You can click on this one and see the documentation like this one if you want. And this one is to drive a traffic. So Hootsuite is already calculating everything. If you want to like just make your brand more renowned with the other audience, or when you want your post to become more engaged, and when you want these pages or these posts drive traffic into your website, so they will calculate the behavior on each person in each audience of your audience. They will calculating it and they will give you some suggestion like that. And you can click on this one and you can schedule it for a post like that. The brand awareness, this is for your Facebook page, and yeah, the impression in here, you can actually you can add any metric in this one, but this tab on this one in this menu is giving you the filter about that metric. So they already give you some template. So for brand awareness, there is a page impression, total reach, profile impression, and profile reach, something like that. But you can add anything and then you can export it. The same thing with the all reports in this one. So I will just talk about this category, the brand awareness. It means that they will filtering everything in here that goes into your page or your account. So everything like the page impression, profile impression, page reach, everything in here, it will be like that, calculating everything that based on the number of people reach and see your brand. And then the audience growth, this is like the fans or lost fans, followers and new followers, something that have a connection for the audience itself. The post engagement rate, again, because they cannot see the post engagement, so it will appear 0 in here because they cannot track it. So the post engagement rate is for something like related with the post that you just create. Like the engagement, the reaction, the comment, the share will be appear in this one. Inbound engagement, this is the messaging, the inbox, the one that with the messages direct with the comments in here. It will be under the inbound engagement. The link clicks, like the post link, website clicks. This is like everything that have in the edit page or something that you can edit the action button in each social media platform. For example, like this one, calls, text, email, get direction, and everything. The mixed overview, I think this is the one that, yeah, you can mix everything in here. You can add, there is like an overview. This is the same thing like that report that we just created before. And yeah, everything in here is look the same. And this one is the one that we create before, and it will be under this one. Okay. Yeah, that's it for the Hootsuite Analytics. So let's see the plan that you can get from the Hootsuite. So actually, I'm using the professional account. This is the basic plan, the basic paid plan. But actually, you can go with the free one. But I don't think they show it in here. So in the professional one, this is, I think, about 49 a month. But this one is monthly. If you go with annually, there will be a discount for it. So in the professional, you can add one user. So what user means this in here? In one plan, maybe you want to add another user, like for example, your colleague in your team. You can easily connect things together in one plan, so one dashboard, but with different accounts. So maybe if you are creating something, or maybe you want to create a role in this one, you can also, maybe you want to put your graphic designer in here, you want to put your copywriter in here. So when people creating something, for example, like this one, maybe the copywriter already put the content in here, and they can save as a draft, and maybe the project manager already scheduling it, and the designer can upload in here. So that is like the themes mean. So you can create that one plan can be used into multiple user. And as you can see in here, it only have like 10 social accounts. So if you just manage your social one company, one company social media account, I think 10 social account is very sufficient. But this one, like this, the team, business, and enterprise with 35 social account, this one is usually targeted for the agency. So maybe one agency can have like 4 or 5 social Instagram business account from each client, something like that. And this one is the same. So schedule unlimited posts, access messages in one inbox. So everything in here can be done. But the additional feature is, this one is the same. Schedule posts in advance, schedule multiple posts at a time, and this one is you can manage team access and roles. So for example, you want to put this person or this user only can have access for this social media account. So for example, like just for Facebook account or just this Instagram business account. So you can manage that role so they cannot see the other social media account that put in here. And you can assign posts and comments to the team's member. For example, like this is like a team management plans. You can post a comment, you can post something like that. And the business, you can review the messages before they publish, extend functionality with premium apps like Zendesk, Slack, Basecamp, and 24/7 priority support. Actually, where with every plan, you will have the support, but if you use this one, it will get the priority support. And the one in here, like the extend functionality with premium apps, this is the one that maybe if you need a very customized Hootsuite, you can use like this one as well. And the enterprise, I think this one is if you want to have like a custom solution, you want to have like a custom things that done into your Hootsuite account, you can use this one. Okay, I think there is no free plan in here because I'm already upgrading into the professional one. But actually, when you are creating the free plan, you can log in, you can sign up into Hootsuite with free account, and that free account only have one user, the same one, but you can only connect 2 social accounts. You cannot connect more of them. If you want to connect the other one, you have to delete one account and then connect with the other one. And not you will have 5 limited posts, I think. So that free plan only can see you can have 5 scheduled posts. So when you already use that 5, you have to pay more if you want, and you cannot use that any more than that. So if you use more than 2 accounts, or maybe this one is for your LinkedIn and Twitter, and for Facebook and Instagram you will use this one, I think that is also a solution. So you will have like Facebook, the Twitter and LinkedIn in here, and you can have the Instagram and Facebook in this Meta. I think that's a good solution as well if you want to go with the with the free plan. I think that's it. Let me log out. I think if you want to sign up, you just sign up this one, and when you sign up, for example, like let me open up this one. you will get, oh, right now it's already having this one. Before there is a free one. Let me see if that. But as you can see in here, you will get 30 days free trial with your professional one. So if you cancel it before this date, you will your credit card will be not charged if you want to see or you want to try it before. But I think there is a link if you want to see to get it for free. Let me see it in this one. Oh, this one. So if you are not logged in, you can have this one. So you can just use this one to sign up. And no thanks, I want a free plan, and you will get the free plan. As you can see, the free plan is only have one user, 2 social media, connected into them. Let me show you. Okay, I think it's already been used, this one. Okay, this is like this one. Yes, go into next and see, select the one that the most appropriate for you, and you can connect for this one, like a Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, YouTube, and Pinterest. Oh, sorry, TikTok is not supported yet, I think, because it is doesn't have an open API for that one. So just click Facebook and then connect into that one. For example, because this one I already added, so you can click add this one. And yeah, because the social network is currently owned by another user, the one that I already put before, you can take the ownership and something like that. And it will connect your Facebook, and you can continue, and you will use that that dashboard before with two connected social media platform. Okay, I think that's it from my overview for the Hootsuite and the Meta Business Suite. Do you have anything to ask? Okay, if there is no question, Pike, do you want to take a break?
I have a question.
Yes.
I have two questions. The first one is the criteria in order to be able to see the detailed insights in the Facebook. Whether individual Facebook have the same information, or it is only for official something that have green ticks. Okay. The second question is the Hootsuite. Using Hootsuite, we can publish to Facebook or the Instagram. Will Hootsuite detect if posting in the FB or Instagram are changed or deleted directly in the FB or Instagram? Thank you.
Okay, so for the first question is the analytics is available for for all the pages or the one that only have the blue tick? Yeah, for that one, no, the blue tick is only a badge to make it to show the people that is on official one, or not entirely official one, because there is a lot of cases that the blue tick is being overused with the other fake account. It's just the blue tick is just for that the person or the account that already managed that business page or the business account, or that the pages is already giving the identification and it's already being identified by that platform. But some of the cases before there is something that goes missing in that one, so it's not a real one, and they will get revoked after that one. So the blue tick is only for that one. And the analytical tools, everything that goes in for the insight, it's available for any account that, for example, like the Facebook, it will be available in the Facebook page. In Instagram, it will be available if you already upgrade the account into the business account. In the Twitter, also when you upgrade it into the business account. And LinkedIn, if you already have the LinkedIn page. So if you already create that one without any blue tick, it will you can get every analytical that the platform already give to you. And the second question, sorry, Paika, can you repeat? I forget
Related
about.
with the publish the post from the Hootsuite. Yeah, we can do an analytic also from the Hootsuite to the our post in Facebook and the Instagram. In condition the post edit or remove directly in FB or Instagram, can Hootsuite detect that one as well?
The analytical tools is not analyze that one, but every time that the post is being taken down or being something reported with the Facebook as well, or maybe Instagram, it also affecting the things that you see in the Hootsuite. But the analytical tools, from my experience, there is no analytical tools that analyze this is the post that get being reported or something like that. There is no there is no metrics that can that analyze that one. But you will, when you get reported or that the post is been taken down, you will get the notification into your email and your account as well. And also maybe in the private in the message, it will be appear on the Hootsuite message as well.
Okay, thank you. Any other question from other colleagues? So if there is no question, we can take break.
Yeah, take a break first.
How long? 15 minutes or 10 minutes?
15 minutes, I think it's suffice.
Okay. We take break for 15 minutes. We meet again about 10:45.
Yes.
Okay. We meet again at 10:45. See you.
See you.
Dharma, you can continue.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Reka. Okay, welcome back, everyone. So right now we will get into depth with the tools that is Figma and Canva, and later I will give you some additional tools, maybe to help you to create any post that you need. Okay, let me share my screen first. Okay, so right now, I hope that you already install your you already get your account in Figma. So in case that you haven't done it yet, can you still see my screen right now? Oh, I think
Yes,
I have.
browser.
Yes, the browser. Okay, thank you. So I think I will share my entire desktop as well, because if I cannot, for this one, if you go to Figma, again, if you haven't signed up, this is the free one, the free tools. And the one that I mentioned earlier in my first day, that my company already also shifting from the Adobe into this one, because when you use Adobe, as you can see, it have like the subscription plan, and every year the price is not make any sense anymore, because there is a lot of competitor out there. So the one that I see it more easier to use is this one, the Figma. Of course, this is not the perfect tool. There is some upside down as well, if you compare it with the other design tools. But I think this is the great one if you if for your social media content, this is already sufficient enough. So in case you haven't signed up, you can click sign up in this one. You can continue with the Google, or you can use the email or your password, and you can create the account. Maybe if you create the account using the email and password, you need some verification into your email. Just click on that link and your account will be activated. So let me introduce at first, what is Figma? So Figma is actually the first, at first it is prototyping tools. So when you are creating mobile apps or a website prototype, it using Figma. And Figma at first is just a prototyping tools, but because it is free and it have like a semi-open source, I will explain to you about this, why it's called the semi-open source. It's not fully open source like the other software, but because that semi-open source, there is a community behind it. There is community that built this Figma into a great software right now. So Figma essentially is a prototyping apps, and it is an online apps. What means it is our online software or online apps. It means that you don't have to you don't need to install it into your local machine. All you need to do is just open up your browser, whatever browser that you use, like Google Chrome, Safari, Firefox, or Opera, or maybe Microsoft Edge. You can just open and go into this link and then sign up and then open up your dashboard, and you can do it everything in there. So every design that you made is made in this Figma. So everything is done into this Figma. And Figma is a vector-based software. So what is a vector-based software? So there is two kind of types of software for this image processing, that is called raster, and that the other one is called vector. Raster is everything that goes into a pixel base. So everything is pixel based. For example, if I go into this image, as you can see, let me open up with this one. So I will also explain to you about the Photopea in here. This is like the Photoshop copy in online. So if we open up some picture like this one, and we zoom in, as you can see in here, when we have this picture, it's already aligned everything like this one. Everything is already shown as like a picture. But when I zoom in, as you can see, we can see these square things, and this is called the pixel. So every pixel in this one is containing one color. As you can see, from this shade, from this blue into this dark one, it's actually made up by this tiny pixel that contain one color. So this is the raster image. That's the image that use pixel by pixel to storing the data of that image to become the image that looks like this one. So like the Photoshop, it is a raster-based software. But when we go with the vector-based software, is the one that we only see point by point. So later on, I will show you why this vector-based software is usually used, and what's the difference between the raster and the vector, so you can know the basic thing about when we use the raster software, when we use the vector software. So the main difference between the vector and the raster is when you are creating something in the vector-based software, you can scale it up into any number of times. For example, when you are creating some image, maybe like a circle, and you scale that image in the vector software, you can scale it up until maybe 10,000 or 1 million times, and it will not get pixelated. But it is the difference with the pixel based or the raster image. When the image is being scaled up into maybe 3 times or 4 times, you will see some pixelated. Let me demonstrate it for you. Let me demonstrate it into the Figma, but it's okay. This one is just for demonstration. You don't have to follow me. For example, that I have this same picture before, this one. And then I will enlarge this one. Maybe I will make this one become 10 times bigger. As you can see, when I enlarge this one, all the pixel is being stretched out. It's not as a crisp anymore like before. You will see this pixelated. It's because when you enlarge this one, you will enlarge the number of pixel that is before. As before, it is on okay. It is on to be like this one. So in this one, it's not selected, but when we zoom in, as you can see, this pixel, this coordinate pixel is storing that much that much pixel. But when it gets stretched, as you can see, when it gets scaled up, it means this pixel will be distributed into another pixel. So because the pixel number is being multiplied. So that's why we cannot, if we have like a raster image like a JPEG, a PNG, when you scale it up, it will get pixelated. But that is a different things with this one. This is the vector-based image. So, or I can use this one, something like this. So this is a vector-based image. Vector-based, when you scale it up for maybe like 10 times, or I will make it 10,000 times. Let's see. I think I make some iteration of that one. I will just 100 times of that one. When I zoom in, it doesn't have any pixel lettered on that one. It will just like a straight line. That's because in the vector-based software or the vector image, it only saves this one, this point, and this point. So it is a scalable tool, a scalable point. So when you enlarge this one, they will calculating everything all over again. So the when we use a vector base and a software raster base, a vector base is good when you are creating a logo or something that you can enlarge it one at a time, or for actually for everything, the final output of your image should be on the vector based software. But sometimes there is some limitation on the vector based software. For example, if you want to create something that's smooth as like this one, or you can if you have some experience using a Photoshop, you can have like a brush that have like a smooth color from one gradient to one gradient, one color to one color. It will have like a smoother color because it is worked on one pixel by one pixel. So it is, you will get like a very smooth color. And when you are creating like an image editing, so you want to raise the exposure, you want to decrease the saturation, something like that, it's happened on the raster based software. You cannot do that in the vector based software. So you are creating the image first, or you want to touch up your image using the raster based software, and then after you already done into your raster based software, you can put and everything, the image that you already created, into the vector based software later on. So later I will give you some tour as well in the Photopia, maybe for some introduction, not very detailed. So that is Figma. That is an online tool, so you don't have to install it. So it is very easy. So you don't have, it will be not attached into your computer. So for example, that if you already have the computer in your home and then the computer in your office, when you are creating the Figma file, you don't have to save it on the file and then put it, bring it home. You just connect into the browser and use the same account. You will get the same files also. So it doesn't have to be, it will be hassle free. Yeah. And then the advantage of using the online tool is you don't need to save it. This is the same thing if you are using like a Google Docs or Google Spreadsheet or everything in the Google Drive, everything in here. When you are creating something in this one, and there is no save button, right? You will not find any save button in this one. And everything that you are doing in here, as you can see in this batch, they are saving everything. And then you can share this one into the your other colleague or your other teams member, and they will see the life changing of this one. So this is like the nature of the online tools. Every online tools have this feature. So you can collaborate with everyone, and you can share it into with everyone, and with um, everyone that see your link will see the changes in life as well. And that is the things that the offline tools is lacking. Okay, so let me get back into this one again. So Figma is the online tool, so you don't have to install it, and you can share it easily. And you can create everything in the same file with your teams, but there is something that you have to know about this one. The Figma is free. If you are doing it alone, it will be entirely free. Everything that you do in here is entirely free. You can do it any feature on it with free if you are doing it for yourself. But if you want to collaborate with your team, for example, you want your team as a graphic designer, you want to have your team like two other members to be collaborating in one files. You want them to also contribute to design in the same file. In the free plan, you will get 3 projects as a free one. But if you need more, you cannot do that in the free plan. You have to buy the premium plan. But for me, actually, that is not a very concerned thing, because sometimes when you are creating something, you don't need people to be collaborating. Unless you are creating something that collaborates with the other one, then the other people have to put some consideration into that one. You need to consider using the premium one. But if you are creating something, if you want to collaborate with anyone else in the free plan, you can put like 2 other members into your files. So for example, in this one, in my place, it's already have this teams. So the teams, you can only create 3 teams inside your free plan, and inside each of that team, you can create 3 projects, and that each project you can also collaborate with 3 person. So if you want to collaborate with your teams, you can invite 2 other teams. But in my experience, I rarely use that one. So if you are for the individual plan or the free plan, you can use everything in this one in unlimited number. Okay, so if you already sign up into your Figma, you will get something like this one. So this one is the dashboard of your Figma. This is your account, as this is the same thing. This is your account. And the one that you want to do is click on this draft. When you are clicking on this draft, it will be empty, or there will be something. So this draft is like your project folder. So every working files will be under this one. So in Figma, there is 2 things that you can create. So in the draft, navigate into this new file. Click this new file. When you click on that one, you can create 2 types of file. The first one is the design file. The second one is the FigJam file. So I will go into the FigJam first. So the FigJam is the file that that more simple than the design file. In design file, you can create any design things, but in the Figma, you can use it like a whiteboard or something that you can planning on. For example, that if you want to create some flowchart in here or some planning, as you can see, this is the toolbar on the below, and this is your work area. So for example, that if you want to use like a pen, you can put it in here like this one. So this is like just treat it as a whiteboard. You can planning everything in this one, or maybe you want to put some color into it, and you want to erase something, you can erase with that one. And or you can if you want to use like a flowchart, you can use this one and this one to make some box. And for example, this is like the start point. You can change also the sizing if you want. You can change the color, but the color is limited because this is only like a brainstorming file. So you can have something like that. And then you can create a flowchart. When you hover on the every side of this one, you can click on it and you can add the other one. Like for example, start point, first point, change the color, for example. And if you want to change this one, this connection, you can change it into, maybe this one is two sides of a flowchart like that. You can put it in here. And to navigate in this one, all you need to do is press plus in your keyboard to zoom in and minus to zoom out. And if you want to change this to panning this one, or to move this view, just hold down the space button. When you hold down the space button, it will change into this hand icon. So when you click and drag, you can move the view or the camera. So you can see a lot of space in there. Or if you don't want to use the space bar, just click on this hand icon. Click on that one, click and drag, and it will have the same thing. If you want to select something, just change it again into the move tool. And the biggest advantage when you are using the online tools is the share button. In here, in every Figma and every Figma file, design file, Figma, and every design tools that have an online you will have this share. And when you click share, you can copy the link. You can share it with the other person. Maybe you just type in the email like this one, and the one in here you can make sure that they can edit. If they can edit, it means they will collaborate in it. So they can add any number into this one. But if they only can view, so they can only viewing this one. But the other things that you can do is copy this link. When you copy this link, the link will be copied into your clipboard. And this link, you can share it with everyone. I will put this link into the chat room. So whoever visit this link will also see this one. So you can visit that link. You can go into this one, and you can put some comment. For example, like this one, there is some people coming, and you can see this one, and you can put some comments. The comment that if you want to add the comment, you can add the comment in this one. Just click on this add comment, and you can add the comment. For example, this is like the team working session. So for example, that you don't like the things that going on in here, you can add the comment. But you have to add the comment if you already sign in into Figma. So just put the comment. This is the comment, and it will be available for everyone that visit your FigJam. So you can make this FigJam file as your whiteboard, your brainstorming session, and or your flow chart, your sitemap, or everything. You can plan it anything in here. You can create the note also in this one. Just treat this one um, as your whiteboard to planning something, and you can add the text as well in this one. You can create the connector, and there is a stem in this one that is for fun. If you want to put this like a note, something that goods, you can put it like this one, and it will be available online. Whenever I change something in this one, it will be appear on also in your view. So it is a very good team building, yeah, teamwork that is very good. So that's it for FigJam. I will not very into depth into this one because this is only for planning purposes, and I think everything in here is very self-explanatory, so you can explore it yourself. You can do it anything in here. The support the local language. I don't think it is. So let me check about it. I haven't tried it yet, but let's see. Maybe you can go to the settings of group preference. Let's see to account setting. I think there is no language in here. Yeah, I think they are in Figma or FigJam. It's only supporting the English version. Okay, and also I want to show you something how. So when we creating something, it will be appear in our draft. For example, like this one. And the other things that I want to show you is there is also the desktop apps. If you are not comfortable using the online apps, there is an offline apps as well. So just go to the Figma offline download like this. So you can go to the Figma and you can download the desktop apps for the Mac OS and the Windows. So how it's work when you are creating something in the desktop apps, actually it will syncing also with your online account. So if, for example, that if you don't have any internet connection when doing it in the desktop apps, so you will have to go online. It will save everything into your local version, the local machine first. And after you already get the internet connection again, it will uploading the same and it will syncing the same thing with your online account. So whether you are using the desktop apps or using this one, it will be the same feature. And everything in here will be syncing all together. So you don't have to worry about if you are working on the desktop apps or you are working on the offline, the online tools, it will be the same. It will be syncing together. Okay, so now let's get into the Figma. So everybody can open up the dashboard and go into the draft section in here. Just click on that draft and click plus. We will create a new design file. So just click on the plus button and click on the design file. When you are clicking on the design file, you will open up some new windows like this. So I will explain to you each of these things that goes into this one. So the first one, the top left section in here, this is called the toolbar. Everything that you need to when you access the tool will be around this one. In the middle, this is like your file information. So the position is on the draft and the name is untitled. You can click on this one to rename it. I will just rename this one like Figma testing, like that. And then just click anywhere else to apply it. So right now, it's called the Figma testing apps. And then on the right side in here, this is your account and your preview. So you can present this one. I will get back into this one later on when we already have something. So I can give you some idea what is the present one. There is also a share button. This is the same thing that I goes into Figma. So you will copy this your work link and show it to the other people online. And in this one, you can zoom in and zoom out with the yeah, you can just zoom in, zoom out, or what percentage of your view. On the left side, this one, this is the layers panel. On the right side, this is the option panel. And on this middle, the gray color, with the gray color, this is your work area. So whatever the visual of your work will be seen in here. It will be viewed in here. So let's try this at once. So the first one is the main menu. The first tool is main menu. So just click on that one. So you will get something like this one. There is a file, edit, and other things. And you can open in desktop apps. Or if you don't download the desktop app, you will get the desktop app. So click on it and you will get to download the desktop apps and you can install it into your local machine. But if you are not using the desktop app, you don't have to download it. Okay, the things in this one, I don't need to use this menu. There is a lot of menu in here, but the one that I use usually is back to files. Right? This is only to get back into your draft file. As you can see, when I click back to files, the one that I just created before, the Figma testing, is already in here. To open up, you can just click and double click on it, and it will open up your Figma testing again. So that is for this one. So I will not get into these tools because the one that usually use is to back to files, and then later on is the export. But I will explain to you later on. The next one is the move tool. So the move tool is the one that if you want to select anything, any files or any elements in your Word files, you will use the move tool. But because we don't have anything, I cannot demonstrate for you. Okay, we will move to the next tool. That is the frame tool. You can click on this frame. When you are clicking on this frame, the frame is like your artboard or your pages. So for example, if you want to create a single image of your social media post, you will need a single frame. But if you need
like creating like a multiple slide or a carousel, multiple image, you will need that the same number of that multiple frame. So create the frame as your image. So click on the frame. When you're clicking on the frame, it will be highlighting in the blue color. On the left, on the right side, in the property panel, you will see a lot of pre-made frame. You can use like a phone frame, a tablet frame, desktop frame, presentation, watch, paper, social media, Figma community, and archive. So I will just explain to you one by one. With phone, when you click on it, there will be like a dimension for iPhone 13 Pro Max, iPhone 13 Pro, iPhone 13 mini, iPhone 11 Pro, and so on. So as I mentioned before, Figma is used at first as the prototyping tools to create a design for mobile apps and website. So there will be this one. So you can click on this one if you want, and it will open up the things in here. But because we are on the social media, in the social media training, I will go into the social media in here. So this is the categories or the template that if you want to create something for an iPhone screen, you can use this one. Tablet screen, you can use the template in here, the desktop or the presentation, the 16 by 9, 4 by 3, or the Apple Watch, or the paper, A4, A5, A6, letter, and tablet. But we will go into this one, the social media. Just expand the social media. You will see the template in here. The Twitter post, the Twitter header, the Facebook post, Facebook cover, Instagram post, Instagram story, Dribble, and LinkedIn. So you already put everything already in here. If you want to create like a Twitter post, you can use this one. If you want to use like a Twitter header, you can use this one. The Facebook post is this one, Facebook cover, but we will use the Instagram post at first. As we already learned that the most effective one is the square dimension, that in case that you need the other one, you can use the other things in here. But usually I will go with the Instagram post. Whenever that I want to post it, I will use like that square. Click on the Instagram post. As you can see on the right side, there is the resolution at the dimension. That is 180 by 180 pixel. That is the same thing that we already learned before about the post of each social media. It will be the same. The lacking one is this one, the LinkedIn post, but the LinkedIn can take any number, any dimension. So if you are using the Instagram post or you are using the Twitter post or the Facebook post, it will be the same for the LinkedIn. So just use, let's try this Instagram post at first. So when you clicking the Instagram post, you will get something in your work area. It will creating some frame in here. So that is the same thing in FigJam. If you want to zoom in and zoom out, the shortcut in your keyboard is a plus and a minus. When you click minus and plus, it will zoom in or zoom out your view. It will not scale it down. It just zoom in and zoom out to make it easier for you to see everything. And to navigate the camera, it is the same thing in the FigJam. You can hold down the space bar until the icon is becoming the hand icon. You can click and drag and you can move the camera as like this one. So this is like uh, the the common way to navigate or to see things in this one. Or if you don't want to use the spacebar, you can also use this hand tool. Just click on this hand tool and you can click and drag. But if you want to select anything, you can select using this move tool. Click on this move tool and you can click on this one like that. So for example, if you don't select anything in here, there is nothing to be selected. There is nothing to be seen on this design panel, right? It's only have the background. You can change the background color like this one. Again, this background color is only affecting your work area. It will not affecting your image later on. It's just your own preference. If you want to change the background color, click on that one, and you can change into any other color. And because we already in here, I will show you on how to navigate this color. So this one is the color picker. As you can see, you can move this one. You can move this circle. Just click and drag it. And whenever you move this circle, it will change the color as well on this side. So for example, I want to make the background color into white. There will be something like this one. The white will be on the top left. The pure black will be on the bottom left, and the bottom right. That is the same thing. It will become the pure black. And if you want to use your color, you can use the area in here. As you can see, if you want to use the color gray, you can slide from the left edge like this one. This is the black color and this is the white color. So between them is the gray color, the gray shade. So you can just slide that up to find your own color. And if you want to change this one, this hue color, so this is the hue. The hue is like the color slider. As if you remember, before we already talking about the color wheel yesterday. So this is like the color wheel, but in the horizontal line like this. So you can change this one. So it will be affecting the color slider in here. So maybe if you want a blue one, just slide this one into the blue color, and then change the slider in here into the what kind of blue that you want, because every blue, every slide, every picker of this color have like a different shade of blue. Okay, something like that. So you can change anything in here. And this is for the hue, and this is for the opacity. So again, maybe you want this purple, but you want to dim out the purple. You want to make the opacity in just 40%. So you can use that one. So in the design tool, if you have like an opacity or a transparent background, you will have something like this one, the checkerboard. It means that the background is transparent. The more opacity that you give into this one, it will give more transparent. Okay, something like that. And below that one, there will be a hex color. So this color is the one that I showed you before. So if you go with the colors before in here and start the generator, and you find the color that you like. For example, this brown color. If you want to copy this one, copy this code, just click on it and then copy paste this one. This is the hex color, that is the color code. So you can click on that one and then paste it into this one. When you paste it and click enter, it will apply that same color. So that color, this color, and this color will be the same. This hex color is work universal in every tool. So this brown color, when you bring it to the other software or the other design tools, it will have the same brown color. Okay, something like that. And yeah, you can play around with the color. I will use the basic one, but you can use anything. Again, this is only for your preference in your work area. It doesn't affecting any of your design at all later on. Okay, if you already satisfied with your gray color or your background color, just click the close button in here or click, yeah, you have to click the close button here. Okay, that is to change that color and how you pick a color in Figma for a general usage. So let's back again. When you use the move tool and you're not clicking anything, you will have a blank one. So you only have this one, the background, to change that work area background. But for example, that if you want to click this frame, just click on that one and you will get all the option in here. The first option is the alignment. I will explain to you later on the alignment because you need more than one object if you want to align something in here. The next one is frame. When you click frame on this one, for example, that you want to change this frame into the other frame that maybe you accidentally create a frame for a Facebook post, but actually you want to create a frame for Instagram post or vice versa. Click on this frame and you can see everything again in this one. So the one that being used right now is the Instagram post. But if you want to change like the Facebook post, click on it and the frame, as you can see, it's changing. It's on like, it will load the template of that post. Again, I will change it again into the Instagram post. And then the next one is the orientation. So the orientation is the portrait and landscape. Again, because I'm using the same square, the 180 pixel by 180 pixel, whenever I change this one, it will be the same. But for example, that I use the other one, for example, like the Facebook post, I can change the orientation because they are different in the height and the width. They will swap the height and the width like that. I will put it again into the Instagram post in here and you will resize to fit. This one is not working. Later on, I will explain to you how it's the usage of this one, but it doesn't have to, you don't have to use it actually, because actually you already resizing it by yourself. And this one, the X and Y, actually, this is not really important. But if you want to know about this one, actually, if you are creating 2D software, so this is a 2D software. There is other software like a 3D software like Blender. In 2D software, you will have only 2 axes. That's why it's called 2D, two dimension. And that dimension is Y dimension, the Y, the axis Y, and the X axis. So there is 2 axes, X axis and y-axis, the same thing that we usually goes into when creating a chart. There is two axes, y and x-axis. The x-axis is controlling everything on the horizontal. The y-axis is controlling everything on the vertical direction. So when we goes with the y, it will goes up. With the negative y, it will goes up. With the positive y, it will goes down. That is the same thing with the x. With the positive one, it will goes right. The negative one will goes right, left. And why this is minus 540 and minus 540? It's because the origin axis point, that is 0 by 0, it's on this one, in the middle. And this x and y is taken from the top left corner of that frame. So that's why from the 0 and 0, and this corner is 540 by 540 because we only have the width is 180 and 1080 and 1080 pixels. So half of that is on this 540 minus. But you don't have to worry about it because it doesn't affecting anything at all. It's just for your information. But the one that you want to make sure is this one. This one is 180 pixel by 180 pixels. It means the width of this frame is 180 pixel and the height is 180 pixel as well. This is the one that you want to make sure about, because when you are clicking on the Instagram post like this one, it will make everything 1080. But sometimes you are accidentally changing it like this, and it will change this number. And when you change this number, it will not become the the aspect ratio will not become 1 by 1 again. So if you accidentally changing in here, you can type in something in this one. For example, like 1080 and by 1080, like that, if to be your desired dimension, or by if you are by accident something like this, changing something in there, just go into the frame and go into the Instagram post again. So it will change again into that desired one. There will be a rotation in here. So you can rotate it by a degree. For example, like you can rotate it 45 degree. It will rotating that one, but you don't want to do that. Or you want to make the corner radius. The corner radius is the one that make everything in here to become rounded. So for example, if I put the number in here like 2000, it will have the roundness of 200 pixels from this edge to this one. This is 200 pixel, and from this one and to this one, this is 200 pixel, and it will create that corner radius. But for the frame, don't use this corner radius on the frame, because you want to export this one as a JPEG or a PNG with a total with a 0 border radius, something like this. So everything is on the perfect rectangle. Okay, that's it for this one. I think for this one in here, I will go along after we already talking about this shape. Okay, that's it for this one. And actually, when you are clicking with the move tool, you can change anything in here using this arrow tool. So you can change this one, or you can change this one, or you can change this one like this. Yes, we can import the image. Later on, I will show you on how we can import the image in here. So for this one, right now, I will move into this one. So this is like an artboard for you. So you can put any design into this one. The next tools that we want to go in is this rectangle. But let me show when you clicking the arrow tool beside the rectangle, click on it. You can create the rectangle, line, arrow, ellipse, polygon, star, and place image. Later on, I will give you some example for each of them. So let's go into the rectangle first. Click on the rectangle, or you can use the other one, but I recommend you use a rectangle first. So I will explain to you on how we can create a rectangle. So there is two ways to create a rectangle. The first one, if you want, if you don't mind about the square, is it a square or not? It's just a rectangle. You can click and drag to create the rectangle, something like this. As you can see, we're already creating a triangle like this. To delete this one, just click on the rectangle and click delete. That is to deleting. Right now, I will show you on how we can create the perfect rectangle. So again, open up, click on this rectangle, click on its one, and hold down the shift. If you don't hold down the shift, you can create like a custom rectangle. But if you hold down the shift, you will create a perfect square like this one. So I will use this one, the perfect square like this, and release it to create that rectangle. So with the move tool selected, click on that one, and you will see a new setting in this one. So when you click something in here, it will display their option in this area. So it will be different from each element. The setting will be different. So in this one, because we already put something in this frame, as you can see on the layers on the left, there is an Instagram post. This is the frame that we create before, and there is a rectangle. And as you can see, the rectangle is inside the Instagram post in here. It means that this rectangle is inside that Instagram post. There is some scenario that you don't have to follow me about this one, but for example, like this one, as you can see, right now, the rectangle is outside of that frame, right? And in the layer, it's also have the same setting like that one. The rectangle is not the under the Instagram post, but sometimes it will happen to become something like this. I don't accidentally move the rectangle to be inside that frame, but it's still outside that. It's still outside on the layers on the layer panel. It's still outside the Instagram post. With this setting, when I export the Instagram post to become like a JPEG or a PNG, this one will not be visible. So make sure that if you are creating something, you put it inside your frame and make sure that everything is under your layer, under the frame in the layer panel in here. Okay, so before I continue, let me show you on how if we want to change this name. If you want to change the name of each layers or each frame, there is two ways. The first one is to click on the name itself on the work area. Click and double click it to edit it. For example, this is like the post one. Release it, and as you can see in the layer panel, it's already changed also. Again, I can change also in the layer panel. So just double click on it. This time I will name it post A. And it will change also in this one. So that's how you change name in the layer panel or in the work area. But if you want to change the name in the work area, it's only affecting the things for frame. You cannot change the name in the work area for the other elements. That is like this rectangle. You have to change this name in the layer panel. Okay, so right now let's click on this rectangle, and as you can see right now, the rectangle have this align open. It's already active. In this one, you can align left. If you align left, this rectangle, it will be aligned left into this frame, like that. If you want to put it again into the align horizontal center, it means it will be on the horizontal center of this frame. Based on that frame, it will be horizontal center. So the spacing between here and this one will be the same. If I change it into align right, it will be on the aligning it to the right. If I want to change it into the align top, it will be on the top on that position, something like that. Align bottom is to aligning everything, align that things into the bottom. Align vertical center will be put the element again into the center. So for example, that I want to put this one on the top left. So I will click on the align left first, and then align it to the top. Again, if I want to change this one to be aligned on the bottom center, that is in here. The first one that I want to put to click is the align bottom. Align it to bottom and align horizontal center, because I want to align horizontal center in here. So it will be put on the bottom center like this one. But if you don't want to use this one, actually you can just click and drag it to move around this rectangle. And the smart guide is already there for you. So if you want to put this rectangle on the center, horizontal center and vertical center of that frame, just move it on the center like this. It will lock your rectangle, and it will be have indication that is already on the center, and just move it down. It means if you have this indicator horizontal and vertical, it means it's already center in vertical and horizontal. And if you want to put it on the bottom center like this one, just make sure that you already click on that one, and it's already have the red line also on the vertical, on the vertical bottom, like that. So it is very intuitive. So it will help you to put your design anywhere else inside that frame. Okay, so the next thing is the X and Y. Before, when I said the X and Y for the frame is based on the X and Y axis for that document, but when you already put something inside your frame, the X and Y axis, zero axis, will become this top left. This will become 0.0. So when you click the rectangle, the x-axis and the y-axis will become this the top left item of that rectangle with this one. So when I change something in here, you will get something like this. Okay. And again, this is to rotate and this is the corner radius. So if you don't want to use this rotate and corner radius, actually there will be a built-in feature in the Figma. So just select the rectangle, and as your mouse is hovering that rectangle, you will see this this circle around the edge of that rectangle. So when you click on that one, it will give some radius corner. Just click and move it down into the center. The more center that you get it into this one, it will make it more rounded until it becomes this one, the 50% of the radius. So it will become a circle. So let's see like this one. Like that. And it's also affecting the corner radius in here. So you can go with the exact number if you want. And so if you want to make the rounded one, but not but only one or two sides, all you need to do is click on this independent corner. Just click on it. And then whenever you change something, it's only affecting that side. Like that. For example, I want to change it like this. And this one is 100. And this one is 100. For example, that if you want to create this shape. So the corner radius will be mixing. You can change it again if you don't want it to become one by one like this one. Just deactivate the independent corner and change something in here. It will become a uniform again. The constraint, this is only for the anchor of this one. It usually used by prototyping in website and mobile apps. So I don't want to go in depth on this one. So this is only to changing the orientation. So for example, like this one, the pose, if we click on the pose A or the frame, when I changing something, as you can see, it's not affecting the things on that rectangle. But if I change something from this one, the rectangle is also changing. That's because the anchor point or the constraint is on the left and the top. So when I change it into the right and bottom, when I change something in here, I put the changing from this one, it will maintain the position from this space to this space and to this space and this space. So that's the main basic of the constraint. But you don't have to worry about it because when we're creating a social media, we don't use this constraint too much. It is used by the mobile apps and website prototyping when it goes a responsive size. Also, this fixed position when scrolling, this is also the feature for the mobile apps and the website also, so you don't have to worry about it. Now, let's move on into the layer. In the layer, there is a pass-through and 100%. This is affecting the transparency of that layer. For example, right now, it's have like 100% transparency. But when I want to reduce it to become like 20%, it will get transparent. So I can change up again into 100%. 6%. And this one, the pass-through, this is the blending mode. So actually, the Figma is having the vector function, the vector-based software, but have the raster function. This one, the blending one, I will explain to you later on when we already get into the image section, the photo after this one. So this is affecting the blending option or the blend option, the blending image to the bottom elements. Later on, I will explain to you about this later on. So again, this one is a fill. This is the hex color, and this is the fill percentage. And you can hide it, hide the fill, and you can add the fill. So I will explain to you later on for this one. So in the fill, you can click on it, and you can change this color. The same thing that you already experienced for changing the color in the background. So this is for the color of that element. You can change it in here. The one that I want to show you is this one. The difference is you can change this one. You can change it from solid to linear to radial, angular, diamond, gradient, or also an image. But I think because we are short time for a break, lunch break, I think I will explain to you something about the layer, and we will leave this one after the break. So in here, as you can see in the layer, there will be a lock and the eye icon. The lock icon means when I lock this one, so I lock the rectangle, I cannot select it anymore. So this will lock that element, so it cannot be accidentally clicked or accidentally moved or scaled. So if you want to unlock it, just click on this unlock and you can select it again. And also the eye icon in this one is to hide or unhide. So when you hide this one, it will not appear on the screen, and you can unhide it to become visible again. So if anything that if you want to hide it, it will also not appear when you export it as a JPEG or a PNG. So just make sure that if you use this one only for hiding it, or maybe like make an alternative of it, and if you want to enable it, don't forget to open up the eye icon as well. Okay, I think that's it. That's it for before we take a break. Do you have anything to ask so far regarding this Figma? We will continue this one again after the break time. So if there is no other question, the floor is yours, Ms. Reka.
Okay. As there is no question, I think we can take a break for lunchtime. Now 12. So like yesterday, we can back to the screen on 13:30 in next. Okay. Have take a break and we meet again in next 90 minutes. See you later.
See you.
Ore, giliran minyak udah mahal lagi, sekarang berjejer banyak nih. Udah ditaruh-taruhin semua sekarang tuh. Subsidinya dicabut, minyaknya langsung dipenuhin. Oke, guys. Ntar dipenuhin tuh. Ya.
Ujian 2022. Berapa lamakah masa jabatan presiden? A. 2 periode, B. 3 periode, C. terserah partainya.
Yang mana ya?
Jawab. Jawab.
Tadi gue mau masuk,
Iya.
tapi merinding.
Masuk aja. Masuk aja.
Silahkan mengenalku. Semakin kamu mengenalku, kamu akan semakin tahu kekuranganku. Maka yang tersisa hanya dua pilihan, pergi atau bertahan. Dan dari hal itulah aku mengetahui siapa yang datang hanya penasaran, lalu pergi karena sudah cukup tahu. Iya, definisi singgah yang tak sungguh.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome back again after lunch break. I hope you get a great lunch and have new spirit to complete our training for today. Without further ado, Mr. Dharma, please.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Reka. Welcome back, everyone. Let's continue. I will share my screen again. Okay, before we already talking about creating a rectangle, we already discuss about a lot of tools in here. So now let's continue on about this rectangle. So when we click on it, now we will talk about the fill in this one. So the fill, we can change the fill when we click on it. We can change the fill, we can change the color as we already changed the background artwork before. So when we change the settings in this one, so we can change it from solid to linear. Linear is a linear gradient. So when you click on it, it will open up the gradient. The gradient will consist two or more color. So for example, right now we will have this slider. So this slider will determine this is the first color and this is the second color. And we can make this one into a multiple color. You can choose this one, the first one. As you can see, this one is representing the color that is on the top, and this one is the one that representing on the bottom. So when we click on this one and we change this color from this one from in here, it will change the color to this side as well. And for this one, we can change this one as also. Maybe I will use this green color. And as you can see, the default one, it will make the second color, the opacity 0. So it will have this something like this, but if we turn up the opacity into 100%, so it will have a solid color from this color to this color. And if you want to change the direction and everything, all you have to do is go into the slide the rectangle itself. As you can see, there is a two handle in here, the first handle and the second handle on the bottom. All you have to do is click on that first handle and change the position of that first gradient, the first color. If you want to put it this way, or the second one is you can put it this way. As you can see, when we close the distance between the two color, the gradient will become too strong. So the key to have a light gradient that is seeing like the looks of it is kind of like a modern gradient, is to have a far away gradient. So for example, if you use something like this one, and the one is you don't have to restrict yourself within the rectangle. You can make the point outside of the rectangle. As you can see, the color, the soft color will be created. This is the same aspect or the same criteria that we talk about when we're talking about the 3D icons or the 3D illustration before. To give something looks more natural and have the more modern looks, we are not. Sometimes we will make it more soft. We will make it softer, even the gradient. So if the gradient, if you put the gradient apart like this one, it will make like a soft gradient, and it will give you some looks that kind of modern. So that is one key to have a good gradient. And if you want to add more color, for example, in this middle, you can put click on
the middle line in here, or you can put it, click on this one, in this one as well. It doesn't matter. If you put like here, in here, it will also adding the color that in this slider as well. And you can change that color like that. So yeah, you can add many as gradient as you want. If you want to delete it, just click on that one and click delete. It will be deleted from the view in here. So that is the linear gradient. The linear gradient is the gradient that goes in the straight line. The next one is the radial. So when we change the radial, the color will still intact in here. And in the radial is the gradient with a circular distribution. Before, when we go with the linear, it's just go linear from this point to this point. But when we go radial, it will be the first point will become the center, and it will distribute the color with the circular, this with circular like this one. So yeah, you can make it that for part as well. So that's based on your need. And as you can see, the circular that made in here is a perfect circle, but you can make it more, you can shrink it by using this handle, and you can make an oval with it. Okay, the next one is the angular. The angular is like, this is the same thing like the linear, but with a clockwise. So it will divide this this line. So when we see it, there will be no gradient in this one. So maybe you can use this one for something that that like a sonar or something like that. And a diamond. So a diamond is shaping the gradient into like a diamond, like this one. And another one is the image. So when you click an image in here, it will open up a new one. So an image is the slider color will be disappeared, and you will have this image. So in this image, you can choose an image that can be uploaded. So just click on this one. And let me choose from this, let's see. I will use this one. Okay, let's use this one. And when you upload it, it will fill the rectangle that we use. All the rounded corner is already filled as well. So if you use like the rounded setting, it will remain with the rounded settings. And the good thing with using this image in Figma is you cannot make it like it being squashed. So everything whatever that you do into that rectangle, it will fill the rectangle with that image. Something like this. So for example, I will turn off this one. And then yeah, we can change everything in here. As you can see, the image will fill the available space because we choose fill in this one. So when we choose fill, every the object, every space in the object will be filled with that image. So there will be no other blank space in our object. But if we choose fit, that is the other side of fill. So when we use fit, all the image will be visible, but there will be a blank space. in that object. If we use fill, there will be no blank space, but the picture will get cropped. As you can see, the fill orientation will be on the center of this image. That is right here. So whenever that you move in here, the center will always be visible. The other side of it will get cropped. So you can use fill or fit, or you can use crop. So if you are using crop, you can freely crop the image. So there will be two handles. The first handle is to change the image position, and the other one is to edit the rectangle itself. So for example, if I change this rectangle, that is the one that in here, it will cropping the image. But if I change something that is not this handle, not the rectangle handle, but the image itself, I can change the position of that image. Remember, if you want to scale down or scale up with a perfect, with a good proportion or the original proportion, hold down the shift. So when you hold down the shift, when you scale it down, scale it up or scale it down, the picture will not be squashed. So for example, that we want to highlight this image in here like this. And then we can close it to apply it. So we can have something like that. That is for the crop. But the downside with the crop, when you when you edit the rectangle without holding the shift, as you can see, the image can be stretched or squashed like this one. So remember, if you use a crop one, every time that you want to scale down or scale up, use a shift one. So the picture will remain with its original ratio. Okay, so if we want to change again the cropping, just double click on it and you can change this one like that. And there is a tile. If you are using a tile, this is like creating a pattern. So this is the same setting with the with crop. So when you use a tile, you can scale it down, and as you can see, it makes a pattern using this picture. So that's how you create if you want to use a tile. And as you can see, whenever that you change this one, it will become like a pattern. Okay, I will change it again into fill. Usually the best setting for your image is fill, but sometimes we will get to crop it if you need it. But the most usual usage is using a fill. Okay, so we will get into the other settings for the image. You can rotate it in here, and you can replace the image as well. For example, I want to change it into this one. And in the bottom in here, this is the image manipulation. So the Figma is actually combining the vector software and the raster softwares, because this image manipulation, image adjustment, is usually be in the raster software. So that's why it is very easy to use. If you are using something like Adobe Illustrator or Adobe Photoshop, it's only restricted into that only the raster or only the vector. So I think it's not very effective right now, because when you are creating something in the vector, maybe you want to change or manipulate the image or adjust the image. And that's why when you are using Figma, it feels more effective and easier. So we can change the exposure. So the exposure is to, this is like, everything in here is like a photography technique. The exposure is to give the image more lights into it. So when you put the exposure too high, it will like offer like an offer image like this one. Or if you want to reduce or make a darker one, you can use like a different a negative exposure like this. Contrast, it will give the color, each of the color to be more contrast, something like that. Saturation, this will enhance the saturation. So the saturation is to enhance that color. So when you put it on the something like this one, yeah, it's not enhanced anymore because I already enhanced it in here. But if you do the saturation until 0, it become black and white. So this is how you can make a black and white image easily. So just desaturate it until become 0. The temperature, using a warm and a cold one. So when we go left side, it will become more cold, and all the image is become more bluish. And if we go with the temperature warm on the right side, it will become warmer. Usually they will add like an orange color into it. The thin, this is to change that color. So you can play around with that one. The highlights will give the white color in this picture a more vibrant white color. As you can see, when I pump up this one into the right side, the white is more brighter rather than this one or this one. So the highlight is only affecting the whitish color. The shadow, on the other hand, the shadow is to enhance the dark color. So when I go with this one, the dark color will become more dark. And if I do this one, the dark color will be reduced. So it's become a little much brighter in here. Something like that. So you can try around with using this image adjustment. It's very useful because sometimes when you get an image from the other places, you will get something that may be under or over. For example, if I want to use this image, sometimes, or this is the other way. If you want to upload an image into Figma, just go into your Explorer or your Finder in Mac and just drag and drop that image into the Figma like this. So it will be uploaded, but maybe it will get bigger than your frame. So just resize it like that. And actually this one is also using a rectangle. And it will use the fill as a default. And you can change this contrast. The contrast, you can add the saturation. As you can see, the saturation will make the image, the color is richer. Something like that. And you can use like the temperature. This one is more warm, this one is more cold. And you can change maybe like this shade or something like that to make it more vibrant or something like that. Okay, that's it for the image. I will get back again into the rectangle as before. Let me undo it. Okay, and let me make this one as a solid one without any of that one. Okay, so we already discussed about the fill, and we can add more fill actually in here. That one that I will forget, so I will just put the image again in here. For example, that we have this image like this. And sometimes when we want to put the image, as you can see in here, the image is too dominant. And when we put some text into this image, the text will cannot be read at all. So sometimes we can add more fill. So as you can see, this is the first fill. The second fill, you can add it like this one. The default one with using the dark color with 20%, but we can change that. We can change it for maybe like a linear, and we can change this one into 100% first, and then we can change this, for example, like that. And this one is this one as well. And we can change the direction of our linear gradient like this. And you can add more into it, or maybe like this. So you can put the text on top of it for something more or less something like that. Or if you don't want to use, if you want to delete this one, just use this one, the -1. Or you maybe want to use to make it more darker like this, so you can put like a white text on top of it. Yeah, you can add any number of fill into this one, so it will until you can get something that that suit for you. For example, I want to give you some tips if you want to create some. Sometimes we want to make the image to follow to have like a single color. The easiest one is to have something like this. So at first, just add the image first, and then add the fill. Change this one into 100%, and choose the color that you want to become that single color for that image. For example, I want to use this violet color, for example, like this one. And I want to put this purple color, the violet color, in the bottom. So you can put it, you can rearrange it like this. Just click on the left side in here, it will become like a handle. Click on it and put it below. You will not see the purple right now, but you can change the blending color of the image. So click on that one and change the blend mode into this one, and you can choose luminosity. That is the easiest way to create a single color. So everything in here, your image will become that have that same color as your background in here. Or maybe if this is too much contrast, maybe you want to decrease the contrast, decrease the highlights, and decrease the shadow. And also you want maybe make the picture opacity to become 50%. So it will looks more like a background. So you can put a text in this one, maybe something like that. That is a simple technique, but it is very useful. It's not using any advanced usage. It's just use the image and put the background color, the fill color at bottom, and just change this one into luminosity. So the picture will follow along the color of the background color. And maybe don't forget to change also the opacity in here, in this one. The more opacity you turn down, it will blend more into the background. Okay. Okay, let's continue. So right now I will explain to you about the stroke. You can add the stroke for any shape file that in here. You can just turn on the stroke, click plus on it. The first stroke is using the 1 pixel in this one. You can turn this one up into maybe 10 pixel or something like that. Or if you don't want to type in, actually, every number value in Figma, there will be something like this. Just hover into the icon and click, and you can slide it right and left. So it will change that number. It is very useful because we can see the changes. So we can see like, oh, this one is already enough, or a little bit more, something like that. You can make it more easily using this one. Okay, so after that, the stroke have a fill also. So you can add the fill, and you can add also an image in this one. So this is the only affecting the stroke. So for example, like linear, you can have like a linear stroke like this. Okay. And the next one is this one, the setting for the stroke, inside, center, and outside. The default is inside. As you can see, this is the rectangle, and the stroke is inside that rectangle. If you choose outside, it will be on the outside of that rectangle. If you choose center, it will be on the center of the rectangle. The rectangle is on like the blue line. And because we are using the 77 pixel, so it will just use 38.5 pixels in this side and 38.5 pixels on this side. So that's how the stroke is work. Let me change it again into inside. And we can have an advanced setting. So you can click on this one, and you can change this one from solid into dash if you want to make it have a dash like this. And you can change the dash. So for example, like this one is 50, and this is the dash, and this is the gap. So the dash is only have something like in here. This is the dash, and this is the gap. So this one is 50 pixel, and the gap is 100 maybe. So it will make 50, 100, 50, 100, something like that. And you can use this one, the dash cap. If you use none, it will become something like this. But if you use square, actually it will add some square into that one. But you can use round and add the gap maybe like 200. So it will become something like that. And if you use this one, don't use inside, but you can use outside, or maybe you can use center. So it will be more visible. For example, let me change this one. Like this one is 30, this one is 20, and this one is 80. Just try to play around with this one. And the join is actually this one. The join is something that goes into the edge of each point. As you can see right now, it's being pointy, but if you want to make it like a bevel or it being cut out, you can use this one. Or if you want to make it round, just use this one. So the edge of that stroke will become around also. Okay, that is for the stroke. I will just delete it. And let me scale it down again. So right now we will talk about the effects. So when we click plus on the effects, the first one to go is a drop shadow. There is a drop shadow, inner shadow, layer blur, and background blur. Okay, I will explain to you after this one. Let's go into the drop shadow first. So to get the drop shadow, we'll add a shadow into that rectangle. And you can use this effect setting to change the setting of that shadow. So there is an X and there is a Y. An X is to change the position of that shadow in the X-axis. The Y is to change that shadow in the Y-axis or in vertically, like this. And the blur is to give the blur into that shadow. So the shadow will become more blur, will become more subtle, not very strong like this one. So you can pump up something like that. Again, everything that have this trend right now is to have like a subtle gradient, subtle shadow. So if you use something that very strong like this one, it will looks not too modern. But if you are using something that very subtle like this, it will make the drop shadow to have like modern looks. The spread, as you can see, when we use a spread, it will make the shadow a little bit more darker. And for this one, because it's spreading bigger, that usually we will leave this one as 0 point. And you can change the color of that shadow as well. Sometimes people will use this color like this and change the opacity down. So as you can see, this is very subtle rather than you are using the black color, because the black color, as we already mentioned, is very strong color. So sometimes when you are using the drop shadow using that black color, sometimes it will make the image or the elements and the background to being apart too much. But if you are using like the dark color of usually something like this, the purple color, and you choosing like the dark color, it will make a very subtle color. So it will make more pleasing into the eyes. Okay, something like that. That is for the first effects, that is drop shadow. Let's change into an inner shadow. So drop shadow is like when you are dropping the shadow into the background, but inner shadow will affecting the shadow inside that object. So because before we use this one, maybe I want to use it more darker like this and not to blur it and not to, as you can see in here, the shadow, when we use a drop shadow, it will looks like this one is floating. But when we use inner shadow, it will make this rectangle is to be cut out, and we can see the inside of that cutout. So that is for inner shadow. The other one is layer blur and background blur. I will explain to you about the layer blur first. So the layer blur is to get this blur. So it everything that we see in this one, it will get thing blur. But if we use the background blur, we don't see anything, right? That's because for using a background blur, I will turn off this one first, or maybe I will use this one, and I will duplicate this one. To duplicate this any object in this one, all you need to do is just copy paste it like you are using the other software. Command C, Command V, or maybe Control C, Control V. Just use like that one. And it will be duplicated. Or the shortcut is to hold down the Alt button until you will see the double arrow. When you click and drag it, it will create a duplicate like that. And in this one, let's use the background color. I will delete this one, the image, and I will turn this one until maybe about 50%. So we will have to use this, the top of it have to become transparent. We cannot make this one 100%, because if we make 100%, we cannot see the background from that image or from that object. We have to turn down. Usually it goes 50 or 30 or 80, something like that. As you can see, the background of this rectangle is being blurred. This is to create like a frosted glass effect. And we can turn on this one, the blur. The more blur, the background is become more blur. So it will creating something like the glass effect like this. Okay. Okay, I think that's it for the fill. Let's move on into the other one. So there is a line. This is to create a line. Just click and drag it. Again, you can use Shift if you want to make like a straight line. And the line have the same settings, but the difference is in the stroke. You will have like the start point and the end point. For example, that if you want to use a line in here, and this one is using the triangle arrow, something like that, it is too small, so it cannot be seen. Just use zoom in and zoom out. You will see it something like this. But you can turn that up in this one, the stroke. Okay, that is for the line. And then the next one is arrow. This is the same thing, but it's already have the arrow attached into it like that. But the other one setting is the same. Okay, the next one is the ellipse. So when you are using ellipse, again, if you are not holding a shift when creating an ellipse, it will become an oval like this. But hold down the shift, it will make like the perfect circle. So in here, this is have the same setting with rectangle. Everything is the same. The difference is you can create, when you are using a rectangle, there will be a handle in here to create a rounded corner. But when you are using the ellipse, there will be no handle on each edge, but you will have something like this one. This is to create an arc. Sometimes when we want to create a pie chart or something similar, we want to use something like this. As you can see, this is using the percentage. So it will help us to how many percent that we want, like in the pie chart. Okay, that is to sweep. But after you already sweep, for example, like this one, you will have this one, the start and the sweep. The sweep is to make the opening in the circle like this. And the start is to change the orientation. So for example, like this or like this one, you can change the start anywhere that you want. The other handle that get created after you already open up the circle is this one, the ratio. So when you click the ratio, you can click like this will invert the circle, so it will invert it like this, or you can make a donut. You can create a donut, maybe for something like this one, and you can close this down. So you will make a perfect donut. So that is how you can create like a donut or maybe like a pie chart with just using the circle object. And everything in here can be accessed also with this one if you prefer using like a number rather than just using this one, because when you are creating, for example, like a pie chart in here, rather than just click and dragging like this one without seeing, for example, like you want to make it 65%, but it's rather hard if you use this one like this, and you can click and it's already 65%, but it's not entirely 65%. So you can just change it in here, 65%. So you will get the 65% exact. So with this one, for example, that I have the first pie chart. So I will just change this color, for example, like this one. This is the first pie chart. And for the other one, I want to duplicate it. So remember how to duplicate it is just using the Command C and Command V, or the Control C or Control V in Windows until you see the paste ellipse. It will be pasted on the same place. So it will be on top of the original image. That is something like this one. If you want to undo it, just Control Z or Command Z. And you can change this, either you can change the start, maybe you can change the start into this one, or you want to use like the exact number 125, for example, and change this sweep into this one. Okay. Oops, sorry. Or you want to use the same sweep, but just change this one. I think this is much more easier rather than changing the start. So the start is starting from the same one and just changing this one or using this one, the -65, because right before we already using the 65. So right now we will use the -65. So we will now have the oh, sorry, I think it's not -65, so just see -35, sorry, -35. So you will get this one, the first pie chart, and this one is the second chart, and you can just change the color like that, and you can add the text later on. We will move into the text after this like that. So it will be useful for you if you want to create like the pie chart with the exact number, and you can change the color as well, something like that. And also this is the every fill in every shape is the same. So if you click on the fill and you want to change from solid to image, you can do it that as well. For example, I want to change this one into this one. As you can see, the image is cropped based on the one that we already created before, like this. Okay, that's it for the circle. Right now we can use the other one, that is polygon. So the polygon is like the multi, the multi-edge of triangle. So the first one is the triangle like this. All the setting is the same. Back again, it is the same as rectangle, and the handle in here is for the first one is the radius. So you can get the radius into each of the edge like this, And the other one is the count. So when you click and turn on this count, you can make any polygon. Something like if you want to make like a triangle or a hexagon, something like that, octagon, you can just try to slide this one. So you can make any number of polygon in this one. Or you can also change it in here if you want to have like an exact number, like 9 maybe. You will have something like that. And you can have like the corner radius as well. And everything is the same in here. Every setting is the same with stroke, with FX. Okay, the other one, the next one is the star. As the name indicated, it's to create a star. And for the star, the first one is the radius. You can use the radius in this one, creating a radius star. And you can change the count as well. And then you can turn the ratio. So when you turn the ratio, you can make something that more like something like this. It's much more thicker or thinner, something like this. So you can try to use this one as well. So that is for the star. The other one is place image. Actually, this is the same thing when you are creating a rectangle and then fill it with an image. So just click on that one and fill, and you can put it everywhere. That is the same thing. You will get the same rectangle actually. Okay, that is for the shape tools. The next one is the pen tool. So the pen tool is to create like a very organic curve. So for example, if we want to make something that like something very wavy, for example, or something that very custom, not from this one, we can use these tools. So the pen tools is created by using point and point. So for example, if I just want to use it as creating something that not have a curve, so I just click on it, it will create the first point, and when I click the second one, it will create the second point in here, and then the third one, fourth one, fifth one, and we close it. Remember, every time that you create the pen tool, just close it. You cannot make it leave hanging if like this one. You can, but all the things that the curve in here, it will become like a stroke, not a shape. But if you close this one, put it into the first point, you will close that point and make a shape out of it. So it becomes the shape that you can fill on it. That is the first. That is the usage of using the pen tool, and you can click done. And then you can try to change this one because this is only, there is no fill, but there is a stroke. If you want to swap this one, the fill and the stroke easily, just use the Shift X. It will swap the fill and the stroke instantly. So that's how you create a custom shape using a pen tool. But as we can see, there is no curve in this one. So if you want to create a curve, just use a pen again. When you create the first one, the first point, when you click on the second point, click and don't release it yet. Click and then try to move it. So it will make a Bezier. This is a Bezier point. This Bezier point will allows you to control the curve. So as you can see in here, the curve is being controlled by this Bezier. So when I change something in here, it will change the curve from this one to this one, something like that. And if I change the Bezier from this one, from this handle, it will change this from this one to this one, and also affecting until the next point. So sometimes it is very hard to grasp this Bezier at the first time, but as long as you use it, you will get the idea and get used to it. Okay, the next one, again, if you want to add the new one, just click and drag it to create the Bezier. And sometimes you want to put this curve, you don't want to have this on the next point, you don't want to have a curve. Just to delete it or to deactivate the curve, just click on the point that you just made, like this. So it will get the pointy one, like that. And close that one. And you will make a shape out of it. Okay, I think that's it for the pen tool. Again, when you are creating the pen tool or the custom shape from it, everything is the same. The setting is the same. You can add the fill, you can add the image also in this one. Everything will look the same, like that. Okay, that is the pen tool. And then the next one is the text tool. So when we use a text tool like this, there will be two types of a text. The first one is the point type text, and the other one is the area text. The point type, when you are just click on the text tool and just click on this one, and then you can type in anything, and I will zoom in this one, and whatever text that you put in here, you will not have any boundaries, except when you click return or enter, it will begin at the second line or the next line, again, something like that. But this is a different things if you are creating using the area text tool. So for example, like this one, just click on the text tool, click and drag it first. So like this. So the area of the text is already limited by this one. So when I get into the edge of that text, area text, it will begin at the next line, like that. And you can change also the area. So when you change something in here, it will change the text as well. But you cannot enlarge the text using this one, because when you are enlarging this one, as you can see, it only enlarge the area, not the text. That is. Okay, so right now, let's begin. Let's see what the setting that we can do in this one. But for example, I want to copy paste the lorem ipsum first, so we can see the difference between each settings. So I will copy just 2 paragraphs and I will paste it in here. Okay, so the first, the settings, the change is there is a text settings in this one. So the text settings, when we go to the text in here, and we can change the text in here, and it's already populated with the Google fonts. So whatever Google font that you want to search will be in here. So for example, I want to change it with Montserrat. You will see something like this, and you can change also the weight. So for example, I want to go with bold, so it will be bold like this one. And you can change also the font size. For example, like 36 like this. But I think it's a little big for this one. I will just use 18 so we can still see it. But you still, for the social media post, we already discussed it before. 30 pixels or the 30 pixel or 30 point, I think it is more than enough. If you put the below that number, it usually get small and it will be harder to read in the social media. Okay. And then the next one is the line height. So the line height, the default is an auto, but as you can see, not all the fonts is good when it gets auto, because it will get to cram. So usually you will want to cram up this one. Based on the each fonts, usually it will goes until from 170%. So you can use like 170. If you use 170 like this, it will be 170 pixels. So you don't want that. Just add a percent at the back. So it will be 100% from the font. So it will be, the space is 170% from the font sizes. So when you change something in here, like for example 20, this one, it will remain at the scale. So it will remain 170%. Based on the font, usually you will go until 170 or 200 based on the font to make it more easier to be read. That is for the line height. And also there is a letter spacing. So the letter spacing is to give each letter more spacing. Usually this one is being used for like a subtitle or maybe like a slogan, something like that. So for example, let me show you the use of it. So for example, that we have this text. For example, this is like the headline. I will turn this off to become 0. Oh, sorry, not that one, but this one. And this one is about 45. Like that. Maybe crank up again, 75. Okay, and this is extra bold. And maybe we want to create like a line in here. So there is a line and we want to add some subtitle. For example, I will use like this one, the lorem. I will put like a light one. Like that. Or maybe turn 35 or 30. Something like that. And to match the length of this one, I want to put something like that. So yeah, it can become something like a slogan or a subtitle, something like that, to give the to give more creativity into it, so it will not look too boring because having a same style for each that font. So you can try to get creative in this one. Just use the other implementation of the text. So as long as it still can be readable, visible, and still looks nice, I think every design is a good one. Okay, that is for that one. Let's get back into this one again. Okay, the next one is the paragraph spacing. So usually when we want to have like a paragraph, the space between the paragraph, we usually use this one. Like we get enter and or maybe enter again if you want. But to make it more automatic, usually you don't have to do this. Just use this one. And Figma will detect there is two paragraph in here. This is the first one and this is the second one. And you can use the paragraph spacing. And it will make every paragraph after you use this one and you starting again the new line or the new paragraph, it will have the same spacing. So you can use this one. Okay. That's it for the paragraph spacing. And the next one is to have this one. This is like the container. The auto width is the one that we just, when we click a type tool and we click, this is an auto width. So you will not get like the fixed width. You can make any width that you want, but when I try to use this one for this one, that's right, everything is become in one line because there is no area that can make this area text to become to have like the break line. So for example, if you want to use this one, the auto width is to have like a manual break line. So in here or in here like that. And it is not good if you have like a paragraph. So for a paragraph, I recommend you using this one, the auto height, or this one, the fixed height, the fixed size. So when you are creating something like this, you will determine first the area of that text. You want to make it something like that. Actually, you can change any time this one. This is the fixed height. So every time that you add something, the height will get more higher. Or if you use this one, the fixed size, you can make something like this. Actually, this one is only working for the prototyping because sometimes when you prototyping, you want to make this one like this, and then you can add the orientation. Right now, the orientation is the align on top, but you can align on the bottom like this. And it usually for a prototyping usage, but sometimes in our design for social media, maybe we want to use like this one because we want to make this one align at the bottom, not from the top. So when we're creating some template, everything is from the bottom. As you can see, when I delete this one, everything is aligned from this one. But when I go with this line, everything is aligned from the top. And if I choose the align in the middle, everything will be aligned on the middle, at the middle in here. So it depends on what design that you have. Maybe you want to align it on top, bottom, or center. But usually you can just use the fixed height in here for a body copy. But for the headline, sometimes because the headline is only not many words with that one, maybe maximum is 10. Sometimes you want to use the auto width in here to make it more easily if you want to change the sizing. So again, the auto width is used for like heading or headline. Auto height and fixed sizing is for the body copy or body text. Okay. And there is this is the text align center, but it will not work if you are using the fixed width because it will aligning with this blue box, and with fixed width, it will be on the same width with your text, something like that. So it will become something like that. So if you try to change the alignment of this one, it will not change anything. It will be changed for something like when you are adding a line, it will be on the it will move to the left side. But for the alignment, it will be working well with the auto height and the fixed size. So for this one, when we want to make it text align center, it will be a text line on the center based on that bounding box. Okay, something like that. And there is our advanced settings also for the text. So you can click on this type details. And then you can change the alignment. You can text align justified if you want, like that. And you can put the decoration with the underline or a strike through, something like that. You can add like the paragraph spacing. That is the same thing that in here, paragraph indent for the first line indent. For example, like this one, it will have like a 100% 100 pixels indent for the first line. And you can change the list style. So to make a list in this one, in this Figma, it is very easy. Just enter like this and put, if you want to put like a list, just make a dash and enter. It will become a bullet like this. So the next item is still a bullet until you make double enter. It will stop the bullet. And you can change also the list style. So this one is using the bullet. You can change it into this one, or you can change it into none, something like that. And the list spacing, you can also add it in this one. That is a spacing between each of the lists. And you can use the letter cases as well. So when you click the uppercase, everything that you choose in here, it will be uppercase. Lowercase, sentence case, small caps, something like that. So you can just try that out. And for the numbers, you can add like a superscript and subscript like that. Or for example, like this one, if you use like 23 and then you want to make it like a superscript, just click on this one and it will make a superscript. And you can try to select everything in here like this. Okay, I think that's it for the text tool. So everything is already cover up all the tools in here. So the next one is to export, but let's see that if we can make something from this one. So actually, when you are creating a background, you don't have to create the background from the rectangle, for example, like this one, and create the background for that one, because the frame itself, the very first frame that we create, we can add a background into that one. So we can change the fill in here, and we can change the into image for something like that. Let me use the same setting as before. So we will have this container, ship container, and maybe I will add a new fill and put it downward like this, and change the color. I will change the color into a purple like before, and change also the opacity. So I will have 100%. In the image, I will change into luminosity and try to decrease the exposure, decrease the contrast, the highlights and the shadow, and also the saturation. Maybe you want to decrease it a little bit, and just give the overall opacity like 50% or 30%, something like that. And we can add the text after this one. So right now I want to create like a normal text. For example, lorem ipsum, and put it on the left side like this. Make it much bigger, 85 maybe, and put it extra bold or bold one. I think it's already good enough. And the next one is to create the body text. And I will just take this text in here and turn down this one, maybe about 30, and put it regular, or maybe like medium, so it will read better. And you can use like the justified like that if you want, but I prefer not. Okay, that is the first thing. And maybe if you have something like this one, you can try to decrease the opacity again like this, or maybe you want to add like another fill. You can add another fill like this, and then we can add like the same linear gradient with using this purple color. When you already have like a document color or colors that already used in this document, it will be recorded in this one. So it will very easy for you to call them up again like this. I will turn this one into 100%, and the linear for this one, the top one, is 0%. So sometimes when you are treating the font, you have to treat it very carefully, because when it's not, for example, like this one without any linear gradient, sometimes for each for some words it will be not very easy to read. It can be read, but our eyes will not too comfortable to read it because it overlap with the background color. So sometimes just go with this one. That is like the common practice when you are treating a font. So not using the other color, just use the same color as the background. So you will have like a seamless things to have in here. Okay, I think that's it. And we can export this one. So to export this one, click on the frame like this. And then you will get an export in here. You can export it, just click a plus button, and you can export it at using a PNG, a JPEG, SVG, and PDF. So for the first thing that I want to explain is this one. This is one X that is mean this is well exported with using the same width and height, that is using the 1080 and by 1080 in here. But there is a setting also if you want to 1.5 times or 2 times or 3 times or 4 times. Actually, this one is being made for prototyping. If you are already done prototyping, sometimes you want to export all the icons, all the things in here to have to be more bigger. Then you have like the 2x, 3x, 4x, but usually when we are doing the social media, it just use this 1x. So click on this 1x and you can change this one into a JPEG because we don't have any transparency on it. Or if you want to use this one, you want to export this one as well with the PDF or a PNG, just click a plus button in this one. And you can change this one maybe in one time. And you can add like the additional name for this one. So add 2x in here, it will be appear with this one. So the name will be post A at 2x.png, something like that. But if you don't need it, the suffix, just delete that one. And maybe one more thing is if you want to use like a PDF. As an SVG is a scalable vector graphic that is to be used in another vector software. So you don't want to have that because it cannot be uploaded into the social media platform. The one that social media platform accept only the PNG and the JPEG. So just both of them. I think either of them is fine. And then after you already have everything set up in here, actually you don't have to make it into PNG and PDF. The JPEG is already suffice, but if you want to have another copy of it, you can have something like this and click export post A. So it will be downloaded with this one. Let's see. It will be on the zip one. So this one is the post A JPEG. This one is the post A PDF. As you can see, when we go into the JPEG and I enlarge this one, it gets pixelated like this. But if I go into the PDF, because the PDF is a vector object, the vector image, when I cannot use that one, maybe in here. When I use this one, it will remain, the vector will be intact in this one. So this is the power of the PDF. So you can make this one, maybe if you want to send it up to others with manually, you want to use this one, the PDF, it will be good. And the PNG, as you can see, the PNG is 1 megabytes and the JPEG is 700 kilobyte. But it using the same dimension and using the same picture, but the result is different because the PNG is much bigger. But you don't have to worry about the social media because, again, the social media platform, when you upload that one, they will compress it for you. So you don't have to compress it again if you want. You don't need to compress it. But in case that you need it for the another things that you want to do and you want to make this one into you need to compress it, I recommend you to use this one, the tinypng.com. This is to compress the PNG and the JPEG file, and it will not lose any quality. So for example, I want to use this post a JPEG, so just drag and drop it into that one, so they will upload it, and as you can see right now, they already compress it from the 700 kilobytes become the 100 kilobytes only, and it downs until 86%. It is very useful if you have like good one. So let me compare it for you. This one is the compressed one, so I will put on the same folder. This is the compressed one, and this is the original one. As you can see, there is no downward quality on it. It remain the same picture, the same color, the same everything, but the one is just 100 kilobytes though, and this one is 700 kilobytes. Actually, when we creating some digital file or something like this one, the JPEG, there is a metadata that's attached into this JPEG file. So like it's being created by whom, it's being changed when, something like that. Every metadata is being stored. What the compression does is delete that metadata that's not very useful for us, except for historical. And also they will match any similar color. When they see a similar color, they will match it up. So the more color that you have in a picture, in a JPEG file, it will make that JPEG file have a larger file size. So if the compression is comparing each color, each pixel, and see what color that can be merged together, and they will see it, and they make that compression into to save the file size. Okay, I think that's it. If you want to export it, and the next thing is when if you want to create another post, something like this. Again, you can go with this one, the frame, and then go into the another post, and it will create another post, something like this. And again, you can turn on the export in here, so it will be exported later on with the same setting. And you can export it one by one, or with this one is already marked as exported. When you go into the file and then go to the export in here, it will export everything that you already marked as an export. So you can just create any post that you want in here, and then after that you can export it later to publish into your social media. Okay, I think that's it for this session. Do you have anything to ask so far? Okay, if there is no question, Pekka, do we want to take a break first before we moving into the next one?
Okay, we can take 15-minute breaks, and we come back again at 3:15.
Okay.
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 See you.
Okay, Dharma, you can continue.
Okay, thank you, Micah. Welcome back, everyone. Let's continue. Let me share my screen first again. Okay, so for this session, this last session, so I will just explain to you everything that can be enhanced when you are using the Figma, and then also when the glimpse of a Canva if you want to use it later on. Okay, the first thing is for the Figma itself. This is the prototyping, the prototyping tools, but we can use it as well as our Teams management software. So when we already have the design in here, usually we want to have a feedback right from our team. Is it already good enough, or need to be or is it need to be revised or anything, or until we have some finalization. So the conservative way, usually we are using this one, and we export this one, and then we have the export like this, and then we give the email into our teams, and they put some feedback into it. But with Figma, actually we can do it more easily. For example, if we already have some design like this one, all we need to do is just use this present button. So when you click on this present button, the one that you already create in here is being presented in this one, and it will become something like this. But let me change this one as first. So you can go to the prototype and then change this one into the custom size, that is fit one, and change this one maybe about 1000 and 1080 and 1080, because this is the social media post that we use, 1080 and 1080, and we can see it in here. And in this one, we can change the option into the fit to screen, or you can use with a Z one. So it's already fit on the screen. And if you already presenting something like this one, and you can share your prototype, you can copy the link, and I will put the link into the chat room, so you can visit this link. Everyone with that link can see the things in here. For example, this is the page 1, and you can go with the page 2. You can go with that one, and we can add some notes into that one. So as long as you already have already signed in into our Figma, you can add a comment with this one. Click on that one and click add the comment. For example, when you see this one, I think this one have to be bigger, something like that, and just upload it, and it will become the notes. And when the designer seeing something in here, when they open the Figma, they can see, oh, there is a note for this one, so I can change this one. I will make this type, the text a lot bigger, maybe about 90, like that. So yeah, this Ms. Reka is already put the comment as well, and it will be on the same place when you put the text or the comment. So it will be easier for us to track all the changes. So when I change something in this one, for example, like I changed the font size before, I will change it again. From your end, when you view it, you will see this one is already being changed. It's already changed in live. So when we're seeing something like this one, oh, okay, it's already being changed. So I think this is okay right now. So I get resolved. So everything is already resolved for that feedback, for that revision. We already revised it. And we can change it also where you can show your resolve comment. Oh, it's already resolved. Maybe we can with this one, we can resolve it again. So later on, you can track all the comments, all the changes, and yeah, we can do a lot more effective management, design management in here. Despite we don't have to do a conservative way that we have to email and then get back again into our put all the notes in one place and then recheck everything. We can just change in here, and the other side can see the changes also and can make a resolve into their comment. And after we already finalize everything in here, we can just export it after that to make the final checking. So that is one of the way of using a Figma, because it is an online tool. So everything that you change will be revised in live also. So it will be a good thing, especially in this pandemic era where we maybe some of us still work from homes and have to do a remote works. We cannot meet. So this kind of things is a very good solution. Okay, that is for the presenting or the share one. If you share it in this one, the one that get that share link will see this work area. But if you share it, this one, the share prototype, the one that you see that get the link will see this one, not seeing the work area. So it's up to you. If you want to share this work area, that's fine as well. But if you want to share this one, just open up this one first. And one thing that I want note that have to be noted is when you want to get something preview, something like this one, before you go with that one, just go with the prototype and then choose the custom size, because we are using the custom sizing in this one. Custom size, and then put the same value of your social media post. If you are using like the Facebook post, put this number value. So when you go into this one, it will be fit into the screen. Okay, that's for presenting. And the next one is to have the plugins. So as I mentioned before, the plugins in the Figma is the one that makes Figma big right now, and how easy to have everything in Figma. Because for example, there is an icon Nify or the feather icons or icon Nify where you can get the icons easily, and it's on the vector size. So whenever that you want to change the color, you want to resize it, it's on there. So this is one of the usage, but I will go into this community first. So I want to highlight the community. So when you go to the explore community in here, so the community is a place where you will get some free stuff in Figma. And everything in here is a free one. But some of the plugins, when you go to plugins, there will be like a freemium, because some of the plugins is free. All of it is free at first, but if you want to extend something, you need to pay it. But let's see, is it still okay or not? Okay, so in the community is divided into two things. The first one is the plugin, and the second one is the file. So when you search in the community, when you search like this one, for example, like an icon, you search for an icon, you will get these files and you will get plugins. You don't want to see like the creators and widgets. Widgets is for FigJam. Creators is only like the creator of this plugins and files, but what you want to see is this one, is this two, the files and the plugin. The files is the Figma file, the design file that you can copy paste into your own to use all the free stuff in here. So for example, like the icons, as you can see in here, let's see, like this 3D icon, 3D foot icon. Let's click on it, and you can see the preview, and this is what we get actually. So with the files, if you like it and you want to use it, you can click duplicate in this one. Click duplicate, and it will be duplicated into your files. As you can see in here, we open the files and it is on our files right now. So usually when it goes into the files in community, there will be a pages like this one. This is for the cover image and this is for the icons. So for the icons, for example, that I want to use this one, this icon, I want to use this one, this icon, I can copy it and then I want to put it into my, as you can see right now, the files already in my draft, like here, like this one. So when I want to put it in this one, for example, I want to put it in here, like this, and turn down the fill, so it will have something like this. As you can see right now, I can use it easily, and also it should be on, yeah, it will be on the same link like that one. So all the things in here is free to use. All the, back to files again and explore the community. Everything that we see in here is a free one. All the files can be used easily. For example, again, let's see that if we want to use like this one, maybe this 3D icon, it's being popular right now. We can duplicate it. Again, this is usually the cover image is the first pages is like on how you can use this one, like recolor the whole set or recolor one icon. Some of the files is being generous enough by using this this one like this. And if I want to use this one, copy paste and paste it into my Figma. Just use that one and put it into my design. You can just simply drag and drop it like that. So yeah, that's how you have the files. And it's not only an icon, you can also have like the social media, or maybe like just go with the Instagram template. Every template that goes in here, this can be used because it's already under the Figma license, that everything shared in here is free to use or commercial and non-commercial. So you can use, or like this one, maybe the easy Instagram carousel, just duplicate it. I will just duplicate it. And then you can use something like this one. It's already have, because this one is for carousel, so there is a indicator that is going to be next or swipe, something like that. All you need to do is just double click on it, maybe change the color, change the fonts, and change this one into, just double click on it and change the image to be put in that one. Simple as that. And you can just, after this one, you can export it, something like that. So there is a lot of template that can be used in this one. Okay, that is for the files. Let's go with the other one, that is the plugins. So when you search maybe for example like an icons, there will be a files and a plugin. So there are a plugin is much more easier for use. So for example, there is a lot of icons plugin. One that I use is Iconify in this one. So just simply click until get installed. And when you already install it, you can change, open up that in your plugin menu, go to this one, and then go to the plugins and search for your plugins like this. And you can search for anything, for example, like trade. Search the icon, you will get like a lot of trade, but you have to be more specific, I think, like a container. Search for the icon and you will get a lot of container icon with this one or this one. And if you want to use, maybe for this, like you want to use this one, click on it and click on the frame that you want to be put that icon, just import the icon. It will be small at first, just enlarge it and you will get the icon. And this is the good thing about Figma. You don't have to click and get into the most detailed one. So just click on this one and you will get the selection color. The selection color is the all color that you already select in here. If you want to change this color, just click on that one and change that color. So it will be changed, and it's on the vector format. So whenever if you scale it down and scale it up, it will not it will not be pixelated. Or if you want to use some, or before you before you put it into that one, you can change the color. For example, that if you want to change this color as the same color as the one that you use in here, for example, this purple, put it this in here, and the height is maybe about 100, and import the icon in this one. So you will get something that already already edited in this one. So you can change, you can search for anything because there is a lot of icons in this one. For example, like a files, you can get this icon more easily. The key of using an icon is if you already using the same the one style, for example, like a line style, try to use the same style icon for any icons that you will have in that one post. Don't mix up something like this one. This one is the fill icon, and the other one you will use this one. Because when you use this something like this, it will feel different and it will feel that is not on the same style. So just make sure that everything is on the same style. For example, if you use already something like this, when you are using the other icons, for example, like a road, just use the same kind of icon So when it get side by side, it will feels more inline. Okay, that is for the Iconify. The other 4 icons that I usually use is this one, the feather icons. This is all the line icon. So when I click on that one, for example, like this, and enlarge it, and in this icon, it use the stroke. So when you want to enlarge it, you enlarge the stroke like this one. So with this one, you can control the stroke as well. But with Iconify, you can only control the fill. So there is upside down because the feather icons is very limited. Not much icon will be appear in this one. But the Iconify is have a lot of have a lot of icons, but you can only change the color. You cannot change the thickness. But if you are using the feather icons, you can change the color and the thickness as well. But the downside is it's not as much as Iconify have. Okay, that is for the icons. The other one, the other plugins that I usually use is Lorem Ipsum, because sometimes when you are creating something, for example, like this text, if I want to use this text, it will be easier for me to just auto-generate this one without going into this one over and over again. Okay, that is for the Lorem Ipsum. And another one that I usually use is this one, the remove background. So the remove background plugins is to remove the background for you. But sometimes it's not working good, but usually it will looks good. Let's search for a portrait profile picture. Okay, for example, that I want to use this. Let's try this one. I will. So this one is also the common practice. If you want to just copy paste it from the Google, you don't have to download it because you can just copy the image like this one, copy the image and paste it into the Figma like that. So it's already put into your Figma. And in this one, I will go with the plugin of remove the background. So when you are using the remove the background first, at first, like this one, you have to set the API key. And the API key is actually, you have only just, only have to log in into this remove.bg website. And then go into this one. You can continue with Google. I think I already have the icon and the account in this one. Okay, and then I can get the API key in here, show it, copy it, and paste it into this one, and save. And when you save it, go to the plugins, remove BG, and wait for it. As you can see, it's like a magic. It's already being removed, the background. So it's already transparent. So when you want to use it on your image, it's already clean enough for you to use that image. As you can see, the cropping is very good because as you can see, the strain hair in here is still intact. And yeah, it's already working its magic. So it will save up a lot of your time without without using any manual masking at all. Okay, and the other things is for creating a chart. Before I show you the NB chart in here, actually there is a good chart plugin, but it is on freemium, so it's called a chart like this. Just click install it, and when I install this one, I choose that one. I can create a chart. So in this chart, it is very easy to make because I just choose the chart, but as you can see, the chart that opens for free one is only this line. So I can use a table and I can change this header. For example, item 1, item 2, 2020, 2022, 10, 40, 30, 20, and yeah, you can show the preview or create a chart. Okay, wait a minute. It should be creating the chart, but I think it gets stuck. Yeah, it gets stuck. Let me open up the chart again. It should be, I think there is a bug in this one, but it's fine. But because yeah, everything is available in Pro, but if you want to use this one, just I think this one is a good one if you're already on the Pro, because if you are not in the Pro one, something like that. I don't know, the line chart is not working, but this one is working right now. As you can see with this one, yeah, we can just enter the table, or you can use the CSV or the Google Sheet, and you will have something like this. You can add the style as well. You can change the setting, the labels, the grid, the legends, without or with, something like that. It is very easy to make. But because this is a paid one, so maybe yeah, it's back again into your consideration if you want to use it or not. The next thing, or the next one that I usually use, is this NB chart. This is a free one, so everything in for this NB chart is a free one, and you can create any type of chart, like a column chart, line chart, bar chart, pie chart, radar, gauge, scatter chart, and everything in here. For example, like I will use a ring in here, and this is the data. So the data, I can put it the value like this one. I can change the color as well, and then the one that I have to do is go to the basic information. Maybe the sizing is about 25. The spacing is 20, or this one, I think I will go with 50. Let's see that, and just click. You have to select one of the frame first and click the drawing, and you will get something like this one. So everything is already have the same value that you use in this one, and you can use the name and this is the font size, and click the drawing, and you will get the same result. That is this one. And you can put it into your frame like this. So it's already on your frame, and you can scale it down. But if you scale it down, as you can see, the text is not scaled down. That is because you are using the move tool. So if you want to change everything, including the text, you can scale it down at once, change the move into the scale one. If you use the scale tool, everything can be scaled down like this, and you can just put this one and it's already there for you. That is for a rings. Or if you want to use a line chart, the data is a little bit not very easy to be inputted because you have to put it like this one. But yeah, it does its job. So you can go with like this and then click on the frame first, go that one, and it will create your chart like this. So that is how you can create a chart in using the Figma plugin. But the one that I want to show you is using the other software. Sometimes we have to be creative to combine one and another to have like a very easy things. So Figma is great because it is free and you can do anything in here. But the things is it's not very as easy as Canva as you want to see. Right now, we will go in depth into the Canva. So when you click on Canva and you already sign in, you will get something like this one. And as long you already sign in, you get some free stuff in here. But actually, the things is with Canva, it's not entirely free, because if you want to have some more features that we unlock, you have to subscribe with it. But one thing that you can do is when you are in Canva, this is your dashboard, and you can create a design for with this button, or you can use like this one, because Canva can be used for a presentation. So the presentation is not for PowerPoint. The presentation is an online presentation, so you can create a presentation that it's very easy for you. I will let you see. I will demonstrate it for you. This is for the presentation, and there is a social media as well in here. So everything in here is already social media related, like on Instagram, Facebook, and yeah, for Twitter, LinkedIn, that is the same thing. So you can just use one of the things from here, or YouTube. You can use that one, and you can create a video as well. So this is the one that Figma doesn't have. So if you want to create like a simple video in your Instagram post maybe, or your Facebook post, you can use this one because it is very easy, it is very fast, and the result is somewhat good. Or if you want to have like a print products, you can also using this one, the marketing for poster, logo, and other stuff, office, or many other things that you want to do. If like an infographic, it's already available also in here. But as I said, this is not a design tool, but more or less like the final artwork tool. So everything that you put in here, you have to already have the asset, like the icons, like the shape, like the other things you already put it in here. Not like Figma that you can create anything in this one. In here, there is a limited one, but it is very easy to use. So for example, let's go into the social media in this one, and you can go with like an Instagram post. Let's go with the Instagram post. So it will create something in here. And the one that you will get is the template. So as you can see, this is the template. I think it is based on your country also, because in my account, it will go with the Indonesia language, but maybe in your country, it will depends on your country as well. So it is a very good thing for this one because it's being localized. So if you add a template, so you just click on the template and you can get that template and you can change everything. So for example, like this one, you can change the text, you can change this text, you can change this position of this person, something like that. And you can add a page. Just click add a page and you will add a page, the other page in here. I will delete this one first. And that is a template. Template, as its name suggests, it is a template. So you just click on it and then you can add any things into the template. You can start work from the template, or you can just take something from the template to be used into your design. And there is a pro one in here. With the pro one, you have to subscribe into it, so you can use that template. Okay, the other things that goes in the Canva is the elements. Anything in this one, like a line, shapes, it's already pre-made for you. So just click for the line and shape. We can see all, and we can get a lot of things in here. For example, that I want to use this one, the square one. Just click and drag and drop it. And you can change also the same setting that you use in Figma. You can change this color as well. But if you want to use the brand kit, that is the thing that if you already have your brand color and you want to use it in another file, you can use it using this brand kit. But you have to be a pro user, so you can use this brand kit. If you are not using the brand kit, you have to put this color. You can add this color and add your color manually by using the hex color or choosing your color in the slider. Okay, that's it for coloring and the other things. And as you can see in here, there is an animate, but I will talk about this later on when we talk about the video, because if we talk it right now, it's getting confused because as you can see, this is the Instagram post, but you can animate it. Actually, you can animate anything in Canva in any template, because all the things in here, like the templates and the elements, the upload, text, and this toolbar is the same for every template. The one that makes different is just this canvas size. Okay, so that's how you create something in the Canva. Just create that one, and you can change also this color like that. And if you want to upload an image, you can upload it in here. You can upload the image, you can connect it using the Google Drive, Dropbox, Facebook, Instagram, something like that, or you can just drag and drop it into that one. Like this is the same thing. And just click on it and it will become in here. And you can use it something like that. So it's already the same thing with if you are using Figma, but yeah, you can edit the image as well, like the brightness, like the contrast, the saturation, or you can use like this one. But again, it's not as the background remover is there as well, but you have to be on Pro. So as I said, Canva is a very good thing if you are a pro user, because everything is on this one. So if you think that it is a good thing that you want to invest in the pro one, I think Canva will become much more easier to use than Figma. But if you are comfortable using Figma, because in Figma it's a lot harder, but you can accomplish anything in this one. So it is like there is a pro and cons for everything. But if you want to use this Canva, I think you should consider trying the Canva Pro, because everything in here it's free, but maybe you will use only 50% of the feature if you only use the free plan. You can consider trying the Canva Pro if you want to invest on Canva. And as you can see, we cannot do the same thing as we do in Figma, like something like this, because there is a lot of, if you want to use that the same thing, you have to create something like put the color also in here like this, change that color into something like this, and you can use this transparency, but as you can see, it's not very good, the transparency, because you cannot have like the blending mode. So as I said, this one you have to prepare every asset or every image if you want to use Canva. For example, if you want to use Canva, everything in this one, for example, like the background color, the background like this, you have to the easiest one, if you just, I will just delete this one, so I don't need this. So just a JPEG, export that one, and I'm uploading the image in here. So there is a workaround. Either you want to become to make the Canva to become your final artwork, so every asset is being prepared in Figma, and then you put it into Canva like this, or you are using only Figma or only Canva with the Pro plan. So with this one, you can add like the elements, and you can add like a text in here. The text in here. You can add the heading like this. It is very easy. Also, just put something like that, and you can change the fonts. As you can see, all the fonts is still using the Google fonts. So everything you go in the online tools, it will use the Google fonts. Like that. I will use this one. And I will make it bold. Oh, sorry, using this one, the extra bold. And change this color to become white. And change this text in here. And you can add body text also. Like that. So you can achieve the same thing either in Canva or in Figma. So it's back to you again, whether it is easier for you creating everything in Figma or you want to create it in Canva. The other things that the Canva is very good is this. I will show you the most important thing or the most good thing in Canva, because when you go into elements, as you can see, there is a lot of things that you can done in here with very it's very fast to create it. For example, yeah, you can see all the graphic. This is free. You can see, you can get it from here. For example, like if you want to use this one, just put it in there. You can have something like that, or you can use like the photos. Again, this photo, if you want to use like a pro one, you can go with the pro one, but everything that you have in here is the free one, but it's already looking good. As you can see, there is a pro one. If you want to use like this one, it have to be, you have to become the pro. But I think the free one is also good. It's already have like a high resolution one. The quality of photo is good, so you can try to see both of them. But this is the best thing, that is the chart. As you can see, we are very struggling to create a chart in Figma, because either it is a paid one, or the one that very hard to use. But in this one, if you go into this one, you can create any kind of chart. For example, like this one, the pie chart, or maybe this one. Just click on it, and you will have something like this one. So you can change this text, you can change this value, you can change also like show the labels or show the grid line. So sometimes when you want to use both of them, the Canva and this one, and then you can change also the color of it. It is very easy. Just change like that. This one change like this. This one changed like that one. It is very easy, and you can change also the text on it. You can use the same text that you want, like that. Maybe change it into this one. Change the color, the text color as well. Make it more bold or not, something like that. You can, yeah, you can change anything, and it will, yeah, you can change this one as well if you prefer it on roundness or not, or the row spacing. You can change that one. It is very easy, and this is applied into every chart. So usually when creating a chart, it's much more easier in the Canva rather than the Figma. But you can export this one actually. So if you want to use this one like this, and then you can export it, you can share, and you can download this one as a PNG. So just use a PNG on it, or maybe, yeah, make it large like this one. Share, just click share. So if you click share and you can copy the link, you can also share this design. So it is the same principle as Figma. So people can see anything that you work in here, they can comment it. But for the comment, you have to use the Pro one as well. So for this one, just click on the download and download the PNG, and download only the second, the second page. And click done, click download. Okay, it's already downloading. And it's on, sorry, if you want to add the PNG, you have to make this one to become, let's see if we can make this one. Oh, we cannot make it transparent, sadly enough. So it's not, the PNG still have the background because it's still attached into that one. So either you make the background in that one, or usually I will just screenshot it like this. Screenshot it, and I put it into my Figma like this, and put it like that. So it's either way around. If you want to work with that one, I think this is still acceptable. Let me see if I can. Yeah, we cannot change the transparency in this one, so that's subtle enough. Yeah, we cannot change. Oh, the transparent background. Let's see. And you have to use the Canva Pro for free, something like that. With that one, you can use this one and put it into there. But I think this one is already good enough. Or you want to create everything by yourself? Also, the chart in here, I think that's good also. So that is for the Canva overview. So the one that usually being used, Canva, is for a video one. Because if you are using the video, for example, like this one, I will use for the Facebook video, that is a square one. You can put anything in here. For example, that I want to have this one, for example, like this, and I want to animate it. You can animate this one, and you can add like another page, and you can add another, yeah, in this page you can add like a heading. Let's see, just something like this, add a subheading. Okay, I will just use some random stuff in here. And if you're already having something like this, you can click on the page itself and click animate, and you can use like the page animation. So everything in here will be animated for you, automatic. As you can see in here, there is you don't have to put any animation into each of the element in here. But you can also use the like this element animation, not use the page animation, and you can change this one. You can change the speed on enter, on exit, something like that. Just you can get creative with that one. So you can create any, if you already satisfied with your, you can use this one like that one, and then you can download it as an MP4 and you can upload it into your social media. So it is very easy to make because everything is already pre-made for you. Or if you want to use a template and work from that one, I think it's good as well. For example, like this one, you can select any template. So for example, like this one, something like that. So it will looks good. So you can just change this one, and the text, any text on it, on any template can be changed easily. Just double click on it, it can be changed easily for you. So that is like the basic thing of Canva. I usually not use this at all because as you can see, everything is very limited for a free one. And if I want to create like a video, I usually still go with the After Effects for this one because it have like a comprehensive, it have more comprehensive feature rather than just like show about like zoom in and zoom out or fade in or fade out, something like that. So I'm still preferring using the video using the After Effects and creating everything in the Figma because it have more freedom into it. So, but if you are, if you want to make something that is very easy to make, and I think the template in this one is rather good. So for example, let me show you the infographic. You can create any infographic in this one, and the free template is already good. You can work from that one. So it's back again into your preference. Is it and okay for you to use something like this one, or you want to create everything yourself? So it's back to you again. Okay, I think that's it for Canva. So we already covered the Figma and Canva. And one other thing for Figma. So in Figma, you can create your branding also. So you can create like the color palette that you usually use. But there is a workaround. For example, that in this one, maybe you want to create a template from it. Actually, you can do it. For example, like this one. I can make this one, this background, for example, this background as a template. I can click on it and I can click create a component. So when I click create component, it will become a purple color like this, purple layer. So when I go to assets, there will be a post A. So I can click on that one and put it into the frame. So whatever that I change in my master component, for example, like this one, I change this this color. For example, I change it into blue one. And for every color, it will be changed as well for the child component. So that's how you create a template into the into Figma. So you can create any template, and then after you already create the master template, for example, like this one, you can right click on it and you can duplicate it to create to add that component as well in your next template. That's the basic idea on how creating a template in Figma. But I think we still have some time, so I will give you some tour for this component. So when you are creating a component, so at first, usually you want to go with this one. So you can create a page in Figma. As you can see, this is your design page, everything in here. You can click on the page and you can click on the plus button. You can rename the page like this one. Maybe this is your design and this is your template. So there is two pages in here, the design and template, and it will be entire different pages. So the artwork is different as well. So in the template in here, maybe I want to put the post A. This is like the my main background. So I will put it in here, and I will change this one into background A, for example. As you can see, it's already put in this one in my template pages. And when I go to my design page, if I want to access it, I want to access the template, I go to the assets and I can just drag and drop it. So I can use that one, use that background, and then I can put anything into this one. And I can use it as many as I want. And also for this one, the template, the one that I also want to make is maybe creating a color palette. So every time that I want to use a color, I don't have to pick or copy paste the hex color. So the one in here, so I want to use click a frame. It doesn't matter because this one will not be used for any things. It's just for storing your color palette. So for example, I'm creating the ellipse and I'm using the color. For example, like the colors that I get from the colors, like this one. I will start the generator. Okay, I will use this color palette. So I will copy paste this one. Copy paste it first. So this is the first color. So when you want to create this as your color palette for the entire document, click on that one and go to this one, to the style. And you can add the +1. You can create style, and you can rename this one. For example, like this one is light blue. Create the style, and then I want to duplicate it again. And for this time, I want to change this color. So to break down for this one, because I want to use another color, just click unlink or detach style in here. And I can change this color again. And I will use this one, copy it, and paste it into this one. And I will rename this one. Go to the style again and click plus. And this one is like light violet. Okay, the same thing. Detach. For this one, I will use these 3 colors. Okay, this one is color. The other one is like violet brown. So right now, I already have these 3 colors as the template. So when I go to the design, in my design, for example, that I want to use this one. And I want to use, or maybe we cannot use this one. Maybe I want to use the Instagram post, and then I want to use this text, the text color. Again, just using that one. And for this color, I just click this style and I select the one that I already saved. For example, like this one. So it will be, we can easily change this color. For example, if I want to use the other one, click on the style and change it into the other one. So we can use this one. We don't have to change. We can change this one as just click by clicking on it. So we don't have to copy paste the hex color every time that we want to use that color. So this is how you can create the color palette into your design. So everything that goes into your template is go into this one. So for example, again, for the heading, I will create the heading like this in here. ORM ipsum. Okay. I will make this one as a template for the heading. So it is 100 pixels. It is using the extra bold. So it will have something like this one. And I will change this one. The name is the heading. And what I do is just click on this one and click on this create component. So the heading is turned into a purple, something like this. So it means it's already become a component, and I can use it on my other pages. For example, in the design, I just go to the asset, and then in here, there is a heading that I can use, that I can put it in here. And I can change the text in this one, like this one is heading 1, like that. And every time that I change something in my template, for example, that I go into my template again, and I change my master component that is on the template, I change this one to become like the semi-bold, and this one is 80, something like that. And I go back to my design. Everything that share the same things with the master component will also change. So that is the usage of creating the component. So whenever that you change something in the master component, it will be changed also in that child component. So when you want to make some changes, it will be changed for the entire child component. You don't have to change it one by one. Okay, I think that's it for the Figma that I can give to you. So if there is anything you want to ask so far. For this one, maybe I have one more material. Let's see for this one. That is the additional tool. So for the additional tool, the first one is the Photopea. Oh yeah, I haven't mentioned this one. So when you go for the Photopea, this is like the online Photoshop, free online Photoshop copy. It is copying the Photoshop entirely, 100%. But it is legal to use this one based on its license. That every feature is the same of the offline Photoshop app. So if you want to use this one, later on I will circulate this all the material, so you can visit the link in here. So this is like the link for the Photopea. So the Photopea itself, it is the same thing like Photoshop. So if you go with opening some images in here, it will become the same thing as Photoshop. So but without having to install it. So everything is online, and you can change everything in here, the same thing that you use in Photoshop. For example, like levels, if you want to change the color, something like this, to make it more brighter, more contrast, you can use this one. You can add all the filter, you can add all the feature on the Photoshop, like a layer or something like that, is already in here. And you can save this one as a PSD as well. You can save as a PSD, you can save as a PNG, you can export it to PNG, JPEG, and any other things that usually Photoshop can be. So this is one of the alternative. If you don't have any Photoshop installed in your computer, you can use this one. It is online, it is very light, and it is free. Okay, that is one of the things. The tiny PNG, we already discussed it before. It is to compress the files that you have. The Envato elements, I will get back into this one again. So the Envato elements is a very good portal if you want to use this one as your asset resource. As you can see, the pricing is not very pricey, despite if you see all what you can get from this one. I think this is a cheap one because, again, let me sign out from this so you can see the pricing. The pricing itself is, the yearly plan is, yeah, about nearly $200 for a year. This is for a year, not a month. So a monthly you will have something like this, but everything that goes in here, like a stock video, let's see, for a stock video, this is a very high quality stock video, so that you usually see in the Shutterstock, but you can download it for unlimited times, and you can download any number of items in this one. So I think this is a very good deal. I already using this one, I think about half a year, and I already downloaded about 100 or 200 maybe assets from this one, because it's being used in all of my project, like the stock video, or maybe if you want to go with the motion graphic, you can go with this one as well, or the video templates. If you are going with using the After Effects, everything is already in here, so you can use that one. All the templates is very easy to edit after this one, or Premiere Pro or something else. The music is the one that usually goes in when you are adding a background music, and there is a lot in here. You can search for that one as well, like the corporate, so it will become something that more professional. The sound effects, the graphic templates. So for graphic templates, there is a lot of things that you can go also in this one, like a social, for example, like Instagram. And you will see something like 50 Instagram banner, Instagram. Again, this is like a practical things. If you are comfortable using this one, I think this is like a good solution. So this is for the graphic template. So everything in here is a template that you can easily change later on. But in the graphics is the individual graphics that you can use as well, but not as a template, I think. Or the presentation template, or the photos. And the one that I mentioned earlier is the 3D one, because yeah, you can use this one to boost up your visual in social media. For example, like if you are want to use like this one, like a ship container. Not one in the 3D. Okay, so for example, like yeah, like this one. And this 3D, we can use like the 360 render of that things. And we can use something like this, and I have to sign in. And you can download that one, this one, as a PNG, and then you can put it into your Figma or any other places. So it will looks very good into your rather than just maybe using a photo or something like that. You can use this 3D and just mesh it up with the other things as well. Okay, that is for the Envato elements. The next one is free pick. We already talking about this one. This is the same thing like the Envato elements, but this one is the free one. But there is some items that have to become a pro user if you want to use it, if you want to download it. The Pixabay, So Pixabay is something like the Unsplash. So everything in here, you can also search any quality photo in this one. I think the photo is good, and yeah, you can search for it, something like this. I think this is very good, and yeah, you can compare it with the Unsplash. If you don't find anything on Unsplash, you can find it in here as well. Unsplash, that is the things before. The colors, that is the color generator, and the other one is, the next one is the pixels. So pixels, it is the same thing with like Unsplash and Pixabay, but this is for a video. So sometimes I will use this one. Go into the video, and if you want to have like a good stock video like this one, just use for a background and then give some narration into that one. You can use this pixel as well. I think this is a good resource if you want to have a video post later on. Okay, I think that's it from me. Again, if there are any questions so far. So if there is no question, I think it's already concluded our training for the third day. Paika, I give the floor to you.
Thank you, Dharma, for all the materials you have shared during these 3-day trainings. I understand that this training is just basic for social media, but I hope the shared material can give the participants some insight about area to be considered when utilizing social media to enhance the visibility of National Statistical Office. Start from using social media platform, branding, copyright, to building the team, as well as a way to make posting nice and proper. Of course, the level of experience of each participant is different regarding the implementation of social media in their institution. Some of the participants must have been very experienced in managing their institutional social media, but maybe some participants are still trying to enrich their experience in managing social media. Regarding to this, I wish to encourage the participant to complete the survey of this training that will, I think it's already shared by Tari. Yeah, I think it's already shared.
I will share all the materials later today after the training. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. You can complete the survey because it shall help us to shape our future capacity building activities. In the survey, participants can add a short narration about the situation of using social media in their respective institution. So to conclude this remark, again, I would like to thank to Mr. Dharma as trainer and also all colleagues for active participation in this training. I hope we can meet again in the next activity. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone, and please kindly give us some time to to fill in the form. Thank you. Mas Dharma, nanti semua materinya boleh kirim ke aku ya. Thank you.
Oke, noted, Mbak.
Tari nanti akan kirim ini ya emailnya ya terkait post training ya.
Betul.
Oke. Oke, nanti kalau ada yang kurang mungkin nanti aku yang tambahin aja ya.
Oke.
Nah, oke. Berarti link material sama kalau yang itunya untuk handbooknya sesudah diskusi ya, Dharma.
Oke, Pak. Berarti besok ya nanti
Ya.
untuk keputusannya. Oke.
Oke, berarti semua kecuali handbook ya?
Mm-mm.
Alright. Oke. Nanti kalau ada handbooknya